blessed good morning. Shall we pray? A blessed good morning. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations. Please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. Protect and preserve Belize, God of our beloved wisdom and justice. God of please assist our Belizean government. Please assist our with your Holy Spirit and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let your light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in peace, which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if you would indulge me, I just take the opportunity to congratulate the new leader of the opposition, Honorable Shine Barrow, or Moses Barrow, and looking forward for us to be able to work in the best interest of the Belizean people. So once again, congratulations, sir. Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers, HR 91/1/13, the supplementary appropriation number 3, scheduled for fiscal year 2021-2022, number HR 92/1/13, supply agreement for petroleum products between Sol Belize Limited and the government of Belize, HR 93/1/13, Central Bank of Belize estimates for revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2022.
Sessional paper number HR 91/1/13 is referred to the Committee of Supply for examination, consideration, and report. And sessional paper numbers HR 92/1/13 and HR 93/1/13 are ordered to lie on the table.
Questions to ministers.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good morning to you and to all of my colleagues and to the wonderful people in Mesopotamia. And thank you to the Prime Minister for that magnanimous congratulations. With that said, Madam Speaker, will the Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries please update this Honourable House as to the marijuana industry legislation passed in the House but stalled in the Senate?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. Madam Speaker, I'm a bit surprised by the question, since the new leader of the opposition, the member for Mesopotamia, declared to the world that he has legalized cannabis in Belize. So I'm a bit caught off guard by the question today. Perhaps must have been the liquor, no? Kaya mere pa na drink champ show. But in any event, Madam Speaker, as the nation knows, it was tabled in the Senate, at which point the senator for the unions, I believe it is, raised some concerns and suggested some changes to the bill. Those changes have since been made. I believe there were 3 changes, and one in particular is to actually create a standalone bill. So extracting the amendments that we made and creating a standalone cannabis and industrial hemp bill, which we have already done and which we have shared with the lead senator, Senator Amon Courtney. And so having done all of these changes, it now goes back to the Senate committee for their consideration and thereafter comes to the House. So I believe that is where we're at, and I anticipate and I hope that on the next occasion of this House sitting, we will be able to pass that very critical piece of legislation. And Madam Speaker, I just want to take the opportunity to also thank the member, the leader of the opposition, for supporting this particular bill, for realizing the opportunities that exist not just economically and socially. As you know, a lot of the crime happening in our city is because of this very plant that has these healing powers. And so I look forward, Madam Speaker, to having that legislation being presented at the next sitting with all the amendments from the Senate. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Minister, member from Caribbean Shores. Will the Minister of Labor please tell this Honorable House what steps have been taken to get the 120,000 Belizeans who have lost their jobs due to COVID-19 state of emergency back to work?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to start out by saying that whilst I note that the Leader of the Opposition directed the question to the Minister of Labor, I can safely say, Madam Speaker, that he could have directed this question to any one of us on this side of the House, because we work as a team, and any other member on this side could have answered that question. Madam Speaker, the task of building a nation, the task of creating jobs and opportunities for Belizeans is a team effort. And that is the difference with us on this side. That's how we work. We work together as a team, as opposed to when you were in government, when one person dictated the pace and everybody followed. And as a result of that, we saw the severe neglect of this country. Madam Speaker, I want to say that our economy is recovering, our economy is rebounding, thanks to the vision that this government has, led by our Prime Minister, the Honorable John Bresenio, and the rest of the team. Madam Speaker, unemployment under the UDP, before they left government, was a whopping massive 30%. Today, that has been lowered to 9%. Significant decrease of 21% in unemployment, Madam Speaker. Unprecedented in the middle of a pandemic. But that is because we are serious. We wake up every single day and we want to work hard. We work hard for the Belizean people to improve their lives. Madam Speaker, this rebound in our economy is attributed to several factors. One, the decision by this government to support investments, both foreign and domestic investments, to create the enabling environment for investors to want to invest in this country. And that is why it was so historic when this government carried out the first investment summit in San Pedro months ago. That was a clear indication to the world and to Belizeans that we are serious about investing in this country and creating opportunities for all Belizeans. Madam Speaker, as Belizeans are aware, we have seen significant rebounds in tourism. And I'm certain that my colleague, the Minister of Tourism, can speak to that very eloquently and give us the figures. But we have seen significant rebound in tourism. We have seen a great rebound also in agriculture. Never before we have seen so many, improvements in agriculture where our farmers are beginning to have greater opportunities to be able to produce, to sell, and to export their products. We have seen where the Minister of Agriculture has done significant work to ensure that we can now get cattle into Mexico. Right after we won, we had cattle going into Guatemala. This is a rebound in our economy. It is testament why we have reduced in less than 1 year unemployment from 30% to 9%, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that our economy is on the right track, and we will continue to work very hard. One of the significant areas that this government is now focusing on is the rural economy, an area that was totally abandoned, Mr. Leader of the Speaker, by your party, by your government. The rural area was totally abandoned. Infrastructure, no support for the farmers. And you want to come and talk about or ask about unemployment? We are moving in the right direction, sir. That's what we are doing. So, but to answer the question, Madam Speaker, let me be specific with some of the numbers. First of all, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I want to tell the Leader of the Opposition that you need to do your research, sir, before you write these questions. At no time, at no point, did we have 120,000 Belizeans unemployed. I do confirm, however, that in September 2020, under the UDP administration, the Statistical Institute of Belize found that over 65,000 Belizeans, to be exact, or almost 30%, 29.6% were unemployed. In 1 year, Madam Speaker, by 2021, through the efforts of this PUP administration, in partnership with the private sector, we have reduced this unemployment rate to 9.2%. Significant, Madam Speaker. The SIB recorded that there were over 17,644 unemployed persons in September 2021, not 120,000, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. In other words, Madam Speaker, under this administration led by the Honorable John Briceño and this team, we have turned back this failing economy under the UDP. It is now rebounding, it is now growing, and there are greater opportunities for all Belizeans. So, Madam Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to say to Belizeans that we will continue to work hard every day in, day out, to ensure that we improve the lives of all Belizeans, because that is the commitment that we made on the Plan Belize to the Belizean people. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I have one follow-up question for the Minister.
A follow-up question?
Yes, and I just want to know on where does he get his information from as far as the statistics that he put forth, that it went from 30% to 9%, so that I can do my research.
I think there's a little bit situation with the audio. The follow-up question, if I may, is where, Honorable Minister, is where the source for the statistics?
Yes, please.
Speaker, it is very easy for the Leader of the Opposition. to look at the latest reports of the Statistical Institute of Belize. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I recognize the
Thank you.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Will the Minister of Environment please tell this Honorable House as to what steps were or are being taken to address the complaints of corruption made by the Waterloo Group?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management.
Madam Speaker, my portfolio does cover the Department of Environment under the Sustainable Development portfolio. The Honourable Member for Mesopotamia in his question refers to complaints of corruption made by the Waterloo Group. When I first read the first clause, I thought he was to ask and was asking about corruption in the ministry that was left by his predecessor, or of Rene Montero and his whereabouts, or the corruption of the UDP for the 13 years that they were in government. Then, Madam Speaker, he ends the question with complaints coming from Waterloo Group. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I am not aware of a Waterloo Group. I can recall when we were in opposition, the then Prime Minister, the Honorable Dean Barrow, when I brought a question to the House, I had asked whether the Minister responsible for police could give us an update on the status of the forensic laboratory. And I was scolded and told that there was no Minister of Police, there was only a Minister of Home Affairs. And so because of semantics, Madam Speaker, I was not afforded an answer to my question. However, Madam Speaker, this administration is different, and we will answer the question. So perhaps I will give him the benefit of the doubt and assume that he is referring to Waterloo Investment Holding Limited of 101 Governors Road, Leeward Providenciales, Turks and Caicos Island, British West Indies. And so I might dare to say that these complaints are but mere allegations. Madam Speaker, the allegations are a concern to my ministry as they make reference to the integrity of high-level public officers that include CEOs, heads of departments, and highly trained technical officers, and in addition, NGO representatives and a representative from the private sector on the National Environmental Appraisal Committee. And so, to further answer the question, the steps taken were to request that these allegations are made in writing and that evidence is produced that can substantiate the allegations. I have personally engaged with the CEO of Waterloo Holdings Limited and two other of their staff in early December on an online virtual meeting where I requested such evidence of the allegation of unethical behavior of the NIAC members. To date, none has come to my office. None has been made available. On December 7, the CEO in my ministry wrote to the CEO of Waterloo Holdings Limited requesting that such evidence, material or information substantiating the claim of impropriety be produced with urgency, for it is of grave concern to the ministry, and that such evidence would be properly investigated and wrongdoers punished for their actions. 60 days later now, and no such information has been produced. Madam Speaker, I am certain that the Honourable Member for Mesopotamia, and once more Leader of the Opposition, would agree that until such information is produced, it would be unreasonable, unethical, and unprofessional to pursue to investigate the likes of these professionals. Thank you.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, with the consent of the House, I propose to vary the order of the sitting today to allow the introduction of bills at item 12 on the order paper, to be taken after the Committee of Supply at item 14. This is to allow the introduction of the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2021-2022, number 3 Bill 2022, which according to Standing Order 71 of the House cannot be introduced until the proposals have been approved by the Committee of Supply and agreed to by the House. I therefore propose that the House resolves into a Committee of Supply on the item government business. Is it the wish of the honorable members that the order be varied as suggested? All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public Business, Government Business, Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a Committee of Supply under the chairmanship of the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment. In accordance with Standing Order 65, the deliberations of this committee shall not take place in public. I must therefore ask the media in the galleries to leave. They may, of course, return after the Committee of Supply has concluded its business.
Motion.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is supplementary appropriation number 3, scheduled for fiscal year 2021-2022, motion 2022. I move that the Committee of Supply has met and approved the proposal set out in sessional paper number HR 91/113, supplementary appropriation number 3, scheduled for fiscal year 2021-2022. I now seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to agree with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honourable House agrees with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply for Supplementary Appropriation Number 3, scheduled for fiscal year 2021-2022, motion 2022. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Inter-American Development Bank program for strengthening public expenditure management in Belize, US $18 million loan motion 2022. This motion has been circulated to all members, and therefore, with your permission, not to repeat the recitals, I move now, therefore be it resolved, that this Honourable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its continued efforts to promote the fiscal sustainability of Belize, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out in the motion, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. Madam Speaker, by way of introduction, this loan motion for the strengthening of public expenditure management, indeed, Madam Speaker, by now every Belizean is aware of the severe mismanagement of public finances by the former UDP administration. This is why so few of them are on the other side. Actually, 2 of them chose not to come today, of the 5 of them. They recklessly spent over $600 million of our oil money and close to $500 million of the Petro-Caribe funds. $1.1 billion was recklessly spent. UDP spent close to $13 billion in their 13 years in office. And what did they leave behind? $4 billion in loans, borrowings of about $1 million per day, a broken economy, historic high levels of unemployment at over 30%, the most corrupt government Belize has ever experienced, and a debt to GDP of 130%. From all indications, it seems that the UDP did not know how to manage money or simply did not care. Because of this, they left next to a bankrupt country, Madam Speaker. Our PUP government has responsibly turned the page on the bad financial management, or better yet, fiscal mismanagement of the UDP. We requested, and the IDB board has agreed to provide financing to promote the fiscal sustainability of Belize by strengthening public financial management. This loan will finance several components most important to financial management and procurement. The financial management component includes improving the efficiency of key expenditure functions such as 1, establishing a new cash management business model to better manage and allocate financing resources. 2, reorganizing the structure of the debt unit and implementing a new public debt business model with capacity to quantify the fiscal impact of acquiring new debt and to stimulate scenarios to optimize the country's debt management. 3, supporting the establishment of a fully functional internal audit unit within the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment to strengthen the internal control model currently in use and its expansion to all line ministries. And 4, acquiring 2 smart stream new modules to support asset and project management. The procurement component seeks to improve efficiency by promoting economies of scale and competitiveness among suppliers in the acquisition of all goods and services by 1. Technical assistance to operationalize the centralized procurement entity activities. 2. Implementation of a new e-procurement software and its integration with the public financial management software SmartStream, thereby allowing automatic commitments and payments. 3. Technical assistance for the preparation of the reference price conceptual model, a software to determine the reference prices and a portal to make the information accessible to all line ministries. And 4, preparation of the rules and procedures to perform the new contract modalities and the format samples for the contracts and all documents involved in the contract processes, along with the corresponding operating manuals to implement contract modalities that favor centralized purchasing and the aggregation of demand, such as a framework agreements and collaborative procurement. Additional components include developing a more sustainable technological infrastructure and institutional capacity building to improve public financial management modernization and efficiency. Madam Speaker, the terms of this proposed loan are quite favorable. An interest rate of a little over 1.5% annually, significantly lower than our average cost of funds, a cash flow friendly 5-year interest only grace period, and a 20-year repayment period thereafter. In support of this administration's efforts at achieving fiscal sustainability through increased efficiency in public resource utilization and strengthening public financial management, I therefore look forward to the approval of this loan motion by this Honorable House. This motion has the approval of the Cabinet. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, the opposition members do support this much needed loan in order to address these much needed areas, which I hope that the government will abide by the strengthening of the oversight that will come with these types of investment. So there is no objection on this side. I believe this is something that even the UDP, past government, was looking into. So we accept that this is something that is necessary for good governance and transparency, and we hope that the government will abide by the oversight that will come with this type of strengthening. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I rise to move the Domestic Violence in Belize Motion 2022. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I move, whereas domestic violence is recognized as a widespread international public health and human rights issue, which in all its forms has tremendous physical, mental, and emotional consequences on its victims, children, and other family members, and has far-reaching detrimental social, health, and economic impacts on nations. And whereas domestic violence constitutes abuse, including physical, psychological, sexual, emotional, financial, and other aggressions inflicted by people in the family environment or in intimate partner relationships, which generally targets the most vulnerable populations, namely girls, women, and older adults, and almost always occurs inside a residence, and most often at the home of the victim or the perpetrator. And whereas it is established that domestic violence is a crime and a violation of human rights which affects every member of our community, and if the cycle is not broken, it continues to tear apart our families and our social fabric. And whereas, as reported by the Belize Crime Observatory, at least 60% of domestic violence cases registered during 2020 were the result of intimate partner violence. And whereas the Belize Crime Observatory reported that during January to November 2021, there were 2,155 reports of domestic violence to the police, where 78% of these reports were made by females, and 32% of these cases are open cases. And whereas an effective response to domestic violence requires a multi-sectoral approach to ensure prevention, protection, and provision of services for survivors and successful prosecution of perpetrators. And whereas Plan Belize, through the implementation of a progressive women's agenda, aims to strengthen and expand measures to ensure the safety and security of women and children by, inter alia, holding a zero-tolerance position on violence against women, financially supporting the operation of emergency shelters and transitional homes for women and their children, implementing the domestic violence and sexual violence laws and protocols for the protection of women and children, providing free counseling and legal aid services for survivors of violence, and supporting mandatory counseling for perpetrators of domestic violence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, 1, denounces and condemns domestic violence in all its forms as a crime and a violation of fundamental human rights. 2, supports the call for additional resources to further strengthen the interventions, safeguards, and public awareness required to effectively address domestic violence in Belize. 3, will undertake legislative review aimed at filling gaps and putting in the necessary reforms for the response to domestic violence. 4, as national leaders, takes a zero-tolerance position with regard to domestic violence. And 5, prioritizes domestic violence as a national issue of significance and pledges to take individual and collective actions to end this plague in all our constituencies. Madam Speaker, I indicate that this motion has the recommendation of Cabinet. And I will ask if there are other speakers on this before we wrap up. And I indicate that I will ask for a division on this, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have discussed this matter in length, and we agree 100 million% with this motion. Domestic violence should be condemned, gender-based violence should be condemned, and the entire House will unify to condemn domestic violence. I would like to recommend that we go further than what the motion stipulates, and that, Madam Speaker, carrying on from the last administration, you have undertaken to do the code of conduct for this honorable House and as well your colleague in the Senate. And I do believe that when we have these instances, not just gender-based violence, but any instance in which any member of parliament is alleged to be behaving in a way that falls short of the highest standards which we hold our parliamentarians to, that there should be additional steps taken by this House. I sit on the House Rules Committee. I believe that there should be a House Select Committee chaired by Madam Speaker, and we should look into these allegations similar to when a person faces a criminal prosecution and they may be victorious, but there can be a civil liability. So I do believe, in keeping with the Code of Conduct, that we should go further than just this pronouncement, but put teeth into holding members of this House accountable. I myself have been accused, and it is not something that I take lightly. I have apologized to my wife, to my daughter, to my mother-in-law, all the women that support me, for even being remotely involved in such allegations. And I take it very serious. It was an isolated incident, and it should never and will never happen again. And even in those isolated incidents, I would like that there be a procedure in the House where, if not GVB, but any type of allegation of misbehavior, inappropriate conduct, that we go further than if the criminal courts decide that they will not pursue it, that the House convenes a special select committee to look into these matters. So this motion has my full support and the support of the colleagues on this side. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk North. Sorry, Orange. My apologies. I recognize the member for Orange Walk East. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the member from the Belize Rural Central because I believe that domestic violence has become a crime of convenience, and that is a dangerous thing. Many of us speak out when it is convenient for us and remain silent or make excuses when it is one of our own. Madam Speaker, we recently saw that over the few days with some of our friends on the other side. But, Madam Speaker, my colleague from Belize Rural Central runs a ministry which has to deal with the devastating results of violence in homes, broken families, and abuse every single day. And we are supposed to tolerate and cuddle with those who believe they can lead this nation. I say no to that. That is absolute rubbish. Madam Speaker, I want to ask all of us that we should all rise to support the member for Belize Rural Central. If not, none of us will ever have the moral authority to speak of domestic abuse, because then we will all be part of the problem. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, the issue of gender-based violence is a national endemic. It is one that plagues us not only as a society, Madam Speaker, but in this region and in fact globally. According to the global average, and my colleague from Belize Rural Central will know this, that 1 in 3 women have experienced physical and/or sexual violence at some point in her lifetime. There was a prevalence survey conducted for the first time between 2017 and 2019 in 5 CARICOM member states, which showed that incidences were as high as 1 in 2 women who were affected by domestic-based violence. Gender-based violence, then, Madam Speaker, is indeed a violation of our human rights. Madam Speaker, I would like to submit to this Honorable House that gender-based violence is not only a woman's issue, even though the statistics may indicate that many more women are likely to report cases of gender-based violence than men. As we in the National Assembly bring greater visibility on these issues on behalf of the Belizean people, objectivity and a unity of purpose, Madam Speaker, must prevail. I'm reminded of that some piece of advice from the civil rights activist, Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., who declared, "It's always the right time to do the right thing." Let me be emphatically clear that in my view, bringing this motion to the National Assembly is absolutely the right thing to do at the right time. In accordance with this motion before us, and as I previously placed on public record, I denounce and I condemn in the strongest terms gender-based violence in all its forms. Madam Speaker, as a crime and a violation of human rights, we cannot continue not to bring this matter into the national discourse. As a national leader, Madam Speaker, and the duly elected representative of the Albert constituency, I declare in this honorable House a zero-tolerance position with regard to gender-based violence, domestic violence, intimate partner violence, and indeed, violence of all kinds. In doing so, Madam Speaker, I fully align myself with the express views of the United Democratic Party's National Organization for Women. As national leaders, we must lead by example. Amidst all the chest-pounding, Madam Speaker, about domestic violence, we in this National Assembly must not give mere lip service to this issue of domestic violence. While some of the expressed actionable steps are noble, it begs the question, how do we intend to effect real change? Legal aid is not free, Madam Speaker, and while it is subsidized, women who live on the margins find it very difficult to access the services of the legal aid department. While the measures outlined in the motion are essential and perhaps long overdue, there must be a sustainable pathway an effective way for victims to get the intervention and support that they need when they have to endure any kind of violence. I would like to recommend honorable member from Belize Rural Central that we advocate for an extension of the Spotlight Initiative. This initiative that is being funded currently by the EU and the United Nations. An initiative that was born under the UDP administration and is currently getting to the end of its cycle. This initiative, Madam Speaker, provides funding for both prevention and intervention, and it supports the work of the NGO community that seeks to support women, families, and men who have been victims of gender-based violence. The UDP administration ensured that there was alignment between the Spotlight Initiative and our own gender-based priorities and plans. Madam Speaker, under the UDP administration, there was an increase in the budget for the Women's Department and a reorganization of the department to better be able to respond to domestic violence cases. The UDP administration established a technical secretariat for the National Women's Commission as a coordinating body for women empowerment and gender equality matters, including the coordination of the gender-based violence action plans, mobilization of significant grant funds for multi-year projects under the UN Trust Fund for Gender-Based Violence and the SECA BA1 project. Under these projects, direct support was given to the NGO shelters to upgrade their infrastructure, among other things. Counseling units, Madam Speaker, must be established countrywide, specifically to support victims of gender-based violence. And more importantly, must be made available 24/7 hours a day. Existing counseling facilities are now underutilized, understaffed, and under-resourced. We must do anything, all of us in this National Assembly, that seek to lead our constituencies with conviction to protect victims from being re-victimized and exploited. And there is no room, Madam Speaker, for political expediency to get in the way of protecting the victims who fall prey of domestic and other gender-based violence. Finally, Madam Speaker, the immediate action to be taken to update the gender-based action plan for 2017-2020 that was approved under the UDP administration is timely. More work needs to be done at the reporting level. Victims, both women and men, oftentimes do not feel heard or respected. I say these things, Madam Speaker, so that we may fully examine ourselves as national leaders. And as a people, we must come with clean hands. We must come with open minds and hearts as we seek to do right by the Belizean people, those who have called us to serve. Madam Speaker, I say without any reservation that on behalf of the people of the Albert constituency, on behalf of the women who stand firm on this issue throughout the country, on behalf of the men and women who have been victims of domestic violence and other gender-based violence, that the time is now to do the right thing. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member from Corozal Bay.
Madam Speaker, I rise to fully support the motion to condemn domestic violence of all its forms as a crime and a violation of fundamental human rights, not just as one of only 4 female representatives in this honorable House, but also on behalf of the great people of Corozal Bay. This is a serious and prevalent issue which affects mostly women. It is only right that we set the example as leaders. Domestic violence must not be tolerated, and survivors must be given the necessary support. Madam Speaker, data for Corozal Town shows that in 2019, there were 11 intakes of domestic violence. And of those 11, only 6 enrolled, where intake is the reported case and enrollment is those who wish to have case management support. Unfortunately, this same trend is evident in 2020, where reports were made but case management support was not sought. It just goes to show, Madam Speaker, that the Barrow administration did not give priority to this very important issue. In many cases, women are coerced in not following up the case, and the vicious cycle continues. Madam Speaker, to add insult to injury, the batterer goes to the extent of having the victim believe that she is to blame. As a society, it is important that we provide unconditional support to the survivors and that we keenly look at the root of the problem. Personalities are formed at a very young age, and so it is crucial that we focus on our young children to provide them with the necessary support to boost their self-esteem. Madam Speaker, collaborative measures are in place with the Ministry of Education to reach out to our children. In addition, various trainings are being held countrywide to develop the necessary basic skills for a woman to defend themselves. The police have been very supportive. Madam Speaker, this administration, led by the Honorable John Briceño, is serious about not tolerating gender-based violence. We were not made to be beaten. We were made to be loved and to be cared for and to not live in fear. Madam Speaker, I fully support this historic motion.
I recognize the honourable member for Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think it necessary as the Minister of Home Affairs, and I'm sure my friend, the Minister of Defense, will likewise express himself and share a few words on this very, very critical motion. Madam Speaker, I think this is a teachable moment for us in our history, and it is an opportunity for all of us as leaders, as a nation, as a people, as a community, to have critical conversations with our young sons and daughters. There is a torture chamber of fear, suffering, and illness, which is far too real for far too many Belizeans, Madam Speaker. We heard the horrible, staggering statistics from the Minister of Human Development a few minutes ago. 2,000 plus reported cases each year. That is staggering and it is unacceptable. And Madam Speaker, those are only the cases that are reported. As we heard from the member for Albert, 1 in 2 or 1 in 3 females are involved or engaged in a relationship where they are subjected to domestic violence. So there are so many cases that are unreported. And I'm sure, again, that is because of this torture chamber of fear and suffering that they are enduring in these relationships. And so for me, Madam Speaker, it is certainly disconcerting when I hear politicians say, well, I better than that one because I only do it one time. That is only one time it was reported. What about the other times it went unreported, Madam Speaker? And we saw last week where an interview was done, Madam Speaker, and it saddens me as a member of Parliament to hear the perception of some of us in the population on their views of domestic violence. It was so casual in nature that this happens all the time. I think that was the quotation of one of the interviewees, that this happens all the time, so it's normal, man. And that is why this is very important on this stage and on this platform, that we as leaders set the examples, because our people are looking up to us to lead by example. And so I fully support this motion by the Honorable Member for Belize Rural Central. And it went on, Madam Speaker, and we saw some of the views and comments that were being made when television hosts, and I know that Jules Vasquez does not need me to defend him. He can properly defend himself. When he cut an interview short, or when the interview ended, but he was standing up for the victim. And then to see the views that were coming in and the comments, there's a clear thirst for the sensational and the salacious details. That is what we're thirsting for as a country, as opposed to thirsting for the justice for those victims. That is what we should be thirsting for. And so I commend Jules Vasquez for standing up at the very start of his interview, because it appeared there was a planned presentation being made and Jules was aware of it, but he stood up very early on in the interview to say, you cannot do that. You are salting the wound. You're adding insult to injury. You're re-victimizing. And I'm glad that that interview ended right there and then, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while in every relationship there are ups and downs, there are emotion-filled arguments, we have to make the stand loud and clear. There is no room for violence. And no doubt, Madam Speaker, COVID has certainly caused a huge impact on domestic violence. The fragility of relationships has only been heightened by this dratted pandemic, Madam Speaker, because domestic violence and its reach are supercharged by the restrictions and the powerlessness and the uncertainty of this corona era. Madam Speaker, as a government and as a people, our commitment has to be focused, invested, and sustained against domestic violence wherever it lurks. I encourage all Belizeans, Madam Speaker, to sit with your daughter. Take your son and look into his eyes Have that conversation. Let us not treat domestic violence like it is a fleeting TikTok video. Let us put our arms around them as a country. Madam Speaker, I had the honor as Minister of Home Affairs over the past few months of preparing the ministry along with UNICEF to lead a joint sexual violence and response program, which will train and educate against this issue institutionally within our department with the security forces. This program, Madam Speaker, will rightfully start in the week of our Love and Valentine's Day celebrations. Madam Speaker, it is time to be healing. Our ministry, Madam Speaker, my constituency of Caribbean Shores, and I fully support this motion. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Corozal North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to fully support this motion. Madam Speaker, and in bringing some light into this motion, I would like to personally share with you and share with all fellow colleagues around and the country my experience. Now, Madam Speaker, as a young boy, at a very early age, we grew up in a time and an area where social media wasn't readily available, where information wasn't accessible, where as a kid, what you were growing up with, the mentalities that came along was basically from what you saw on the happenings and on the surroundings of your immediate vicinity. Madam Speaker, back then, for us to have access to a simple notebook, and I speak to Pachacan, if it weren't for the some volunteers that had been around, we wouldn't have access to a library. We had to go to Corozal Town for us to be able to have basic access to books. And that's something that back in the days, it wasn't something easy to do. Money wasn't there enough to cater for the expenses, and even yet, the belief that you had to go and get that information wasn't there, supported readily by those who are there to look at us. But if I may relate, Madam Speaker, we grew up, or I grew up in a culture where the machismo was seen as a norm, as a culture where, you know, the men were seen as those with having superior benefits, having that kind of being better than the rest. And in my retraction of happenings in the past, we can easily identify that as a female, you had to be submissive. As a child, you had no authority to question anybody older than you. You had to have just sit down, listen, and blunt take a lick as was the case. And when you relate, Madam Speaker, on the incidences that occur both at the level of domestic violence on women and particularly on children, you would know that there is a higher level of information and there is a great deal of work that needs to be done in order for us today as a body to be able to implement the kinds of measures needed to address this. While I agree that today it is not something that is prevalent, the incidences of domestic violence, while it has gone down, when you consider the nature upon which we grew up in the past, there still needs to be done a lot. I fully agree on the fact that we need to look at our women and our children and love them and take care of them. And at the same time, I ask of this House that whatever measures we introduce and whatever actions we take, let us do so objectively. It doesn't benefit anybody. It doesn't benefit the victims for us to take benefit of political fortunes or political benefit. What is happening out there is real. For those of us who happen to go house to house and campaign, many a times you would think that as politicians, your only goal is to go and basically convince people to vote for you. We have had cases where whenever you go to families, you meet women who are crying. You meet women who are mourning. You meet women that as you speak to them, you readily know within yourself that something is wrong. And whenever you start to talk to them, you get to realize that there are serious problems of domestic violence within the house. Put onto that formula, add onto that formula, the excess use of alcohol, and the situation just gets worse. I keep a very close contact with the enforcement officers in my constituency. And the member for Corazal Southeast and probably the member for Caribbean Shores would also relate that associated to domestic violence is the fact that there is a lot of consumption of alcohol. Those two mix together and it creates a hell of a life for a lot of women in this country. So that whenever we look at the issue of domestic violence, Madam Speaker, I think it has to be a comprehensive exercise, targeted from an objective standpoint for us as this legislative body, as this supreme body, to actually make sure that whatever decisions we take, whatever actions we take, are directly to the benefit of those affected. I would also want to suggest the member for Belize Rural Central, and also this would be for the member of Freetown. The issue of violence on our children is something serious. I have had instances upon my visits where children sometimes are very hesitant to go to school. I had one case in particular, and I would never forget this. I met a very young child at the age of, he was around 6 or 7. He did not want to go to school. And when I spoke to the mom said that basically the guy doesn't want to school. That young boy peed himself. And the mom, upon not knowing what it is that caused this young boy to actually pee his pants, that guy got a beating. When the opportunity was there for us to actually find out why it is that this young boy peed himself, he explained that he refused to go to the bathroom because there were bigger boys in the school that were actually in the bathroom and did not allow for them to use the bathroom. And so when you get to understand these things, Madam Speaker, you know that there is a lot of situations that are involved, not only within the school system, but problems that arise out of situations in families that eventually lead into the problems that we have in our education system. So that whenever we look at this exercise, I think it's something that has to be tied together in order for us to cause that meaningful change that we want to cause within our society. And so, Madam Speaker, I am in full support of this. I have a mother, I have a wife, I love them so much. And like I tell our people, if it weren't for my mom, if it weren't for my wife, more than likely I would not have been the Wopat that Wopat is. And so I owe this to them. And I realize as a man, I realize as a son, I realize as a father, I realize as a husband that you are to treat women just in the way that you treat yourself. And so that is the message that I want to relay this morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize member for Corazal Southeast.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to align myself with the member for Belize Rural Central in her motion and fully support it. And I would like to just read a little bit from my notes with your leave, Madam Speaker, on a few initiatives that we have been doing at our ministry in trying to address this ongoing issue. And I know whatever we have done, it would always never be enough, and it's just something we just have to keep doing. Madam Speaker, my ministry condemns violence against women in all forms. We have supported the security forces of Belize in their endeavor to reduce and eliminate all forms of violence against women and sexual violence within the ranks. The ministry launched Belize's first ever Women, Peace and Security Agenda in late 2020. Then in 2021, in conjunction with UNICEF, the Spotlight Initiative, and with the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries, and my personal friend, the member for Caribbean Shores, we partnered on integrating the prevention of sexual violence and violence against women into the existing mechanism of the three primary security forces of Belize. As a result, we have developed sexual violence prevention modules to be integrated into the national training academies of the three security forces, the BDF, the Coast Guard, and the police, to build the capacity of our security personnel to better handle situations involving women, children, and the families. Sexual exploitation and abuse, sexual harassment and violence against women are completely unacceptable within my ministry, Madam Speaker. These are breaches of the fundamental human rights of women and are a deep betrayal of our nation's core values of respect, fairness, and equity. The program we have developed, the Joint Sexual Violence Prevention and Response Program for the Security Forces of Belize, has identified gaps in responding to violence against women, gaps in the change of command. I just want to clear up in that, in particular in the military organizations, usually all problems must be reported via your commander. The challenge with that, in particular with this type of abuse, is that what if it is your commander? There has to be a way to be able, for some victim to be able to report it, and that is why one of the gaps is in the chain of command and accountability, and we are aiming to bridge these gaps and build confidence in reporting measures and provide clear definitions and protocols to address sexual harassment, sexual assault, and violence against women. The program includes education of alternate routes of addressing crime, including the underutilized court-martial system. My ministry believes that women and girls have a right to a life free of violence. We aim, therefore, to sensitize and educate all members of the security forces in line with our women, peace, and security vision to empower women as equal partners in the development of a prosperous and stable Belize, especially in achieving our national security goals. We aim at eliminating all forms of violence against women and girls with a focus on strengthening policies and legislation to increase the protection, especially of women within the security sector. Again, I say, Madam Speaker, violence against women is unacceptable. As the Minister of National Defense and Border Security, it is my mission to ensure that our security forces are ready whenever duty calls. I take this job seriously. Sexual violence and violence against women damages troop morale and welfare, damages unit cohesion and the overall reputation of our security forces. Therefore, again, Madam Speaker, I reiterate, we condemn all forms of violence against women. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Prime Minister, member for Glock Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will vote in support of this motion, and here's why. Gender-based violence in Belize is rampant, and it must end. Gender-based violence is a crime and a violation of human rights. Gender-based violence is a dirty secret in Belize that must be exposed. And this is where we start. We start here in this house today. And Madam Speaker, I will support this motion because the people of Orange Walk Central supports this motion. I have some interesting statistics that I'll just share very quickly with this Honorable House. In 2019 alone, 217 cases of domestic violence were reported to the police. Of the 217 cases reported, only 1.4%, 3 were taken to court. 3, Madam Speaker, out of 214 cases. And of the 270 cases, only 2 resulted in convictions of the perpetrator. 2, imagine. Between 2012 and 2021, 129 women were murdered. In Belize in 2020, at least 30% of the women murdered were killed by their former by their current or their former partners. In 2020, 51% of sexually assaulted victims were minors under the age of 16. All of them, except one, were females. But consider this. Between January and November of last year, there were 696 reported cases of domestic violence and 1,459 cases cited as for future reference, for a total of 2,155 cases. Now, DPM just pointed out to me that this 2,155 cases translates to 6 a day. Every day, 6 cases are reported to the police. We're not talking about the numbers that were not reported, which are going to be far exceeding the 6 that are reported every day. I mean, it is documented that only 4 out of every 10 cases are reported. 40%. That's 4 out of 10. Madam Speaker, we simply cannot continue to live in this kind of, especially macho society, because in most instances, as many members have said, gender-based violence is mostly on women. And I commend the Minister of Human Development for today to bring this motion. And yes, we know that the truth that this is brought here today because one of our members in this National Assembly was involved, not for the first time, in violence against his partner. And while some people might say that we're taking advantage of it politically, I think we need to look beyond that. It gives us an opportunity for us to come here into this house, for us to collectively as leaders of this National Assembly, to condemn any sorts of violence against women or against men. Because violence against the gay community is probably just as prevalent, only that we do not report it. And we need to be able to say as a society that this has to come to an end. It has to come to an end. And that we as leaders of this country must be held to a higher standard. And not just held as a higher standard, but also to show the example that this is intolerable and that we would not continue to support this kind of violence in this country, especially in this National Assembly, Madam Speaker. I listened keenly to the honorable member from Albert, and she is right that this is a multi-sectorial issue or should be addressed. It's just not something for women affairs. But it's collectively, and I must take the opportunity to recognize the work of the Special Envoy, Rosanna, my wife, of the work that she has been doing quietly, no fanfare. She has been meeting with the line ministries. She has been meeting with the CEOs and heads of department and looking at what is the work that they do when it comes to the issues of women and children. And how is it that as a government, we can have better coordination? Because we do spend a lot of money in trying to address this matter. But because it's so scattered, we don't feel the true impact. The Ministry of Human Development heads this, but the police also plays a very important role. We have to change the mindset of police officers that when a woman comes and makes a report, in many instances, and I see some change now, I must admit, but in many instances, say, oh, this is a man and woman thing, so we are not going to get involved in it. That has to change. That if a woman comes to make a report, it is the responsibility of the police to take that report. And just go and say, oh, that's a man and woman thing. It's a culture that has to be changed. So does it include the Ministry of Education, where again, our minister has been doing a lot of work. Actually, he has most of his heads are women that are leading his ministry, making sure that more and more women can get opportunities to be able to go to school. Because most women are trapped in bad relationships because of their economic circumstances, that they can't do better. But once we empower them with an education, we give them that independence, that if they are in a bad relationship, they could walk away because they could look after themselves and their children. That is the things, the steps that we need to be able to take. The ministry, the Attorney General's ministry, again, the coordination, the Ministry of Agriculture, and we might say, well, what does women have to do with the Ministry of Agriculture? But there are many women in the rural communities that do agriculture, and we need to be able to create opportunities for them. Make finance available, the DFC, the small farmers, the National Bank. We are presently, and I will mention it briefly in my next presentation, where now we have a special fund where young women entrepreneurs could access to. We have to give our women, or we have to empower them economically so that this gender-based violence stops. It's not just about us men changing our attitudes, because that is going to take some time. When a child sees the father beating his wife or his mother or abusing his mother, when that child becomes a young man, he will do the same. And we see it over and over and over. But if we can empower our women economically, starting with an education and then access to finance, then we are really not just showing pretty words, but then we're doing something really critical and substantive for our women. Lands. I know the DPM now said he started a program where he can make land available to women. Most of the time that a man get the land, because he can build the house. All of these steps that we take, we have to look at and to be able to change. This gender-based violence is not an issue just for the Women's Department or for the Minister of Human Development or for the Special Envoy. It is something that all of us must do together. Together. Look at how other countries hold our leaders to higher standards. In Peru, the newly appointed Prime Minister has been called to step down amid allegations of gender-based violence against his wife and his daughter. He's been called out. In Jamaica, a legislator was seen grabbing a chair and to hit his partner. And he was forced to resign. When we take those steps, then I guess I'm sure that we will have to do better. This is an ugly secret that we have in this macho society of Belize. And I want to applaud the opposition, and that in this matter, all three of them have stood up to support. And member from Albert, I know you and my wife are friends. You're constantly communicating, and I urge you, she'd be happy to have you work with her in these matters, because this is not political. This is something that affects each and every one of us. So, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people for Ajok Central, and certainly as a leader of the People's United Party, I stand proudly with the honorable member from Belize Central in support of this motion. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member from Ministerial Central.
Madam Speaker, my heart is full. I am extremely gratified to see the support for this vital motion and the rich discussion of what needs to be done in our country in putting our shoulders to the wheel and keeping it there. I won't say more on it, Madam Speaker, except if you would allow me one small indulgence. The name Nora Parham, Madam Speaker, is known in the sad history of this country from the early 1960s. Madam Speaker, I only want to say that it is known that little Nora Parham, 5 foot tall, a little East Indian lady, was the victim of severe intimate partner violence and domestic violence at the hands of her policeman partner. We know that her end was a sad and tragic one and a stain on our history of this country. I only want to put on record, Madam Speaker, that perhaps it is time for the Nora Parham story to be told and written for posterity, and for Belizeans to know that perhaps this honorable House one day, soon, will find it within ourselves to grant Ms. Nora Parham a posthumous pardon. With that, Madam Speaker, I don't believe that we should prolong, but I am very gratified at what has happened in this honorable House this morning. Madam Speaker, I will still like to ask you, Madam Speaker, to call for a division on this most important, vital motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Clerk, the division.
A division has been called on the domestic violence in Belize motion 2022. Prime Minister John Briceño.
Yes, support.
Honorable Cordell Hyde.
Yes, support.
Honorable Francis Fonseca.
Aye.
Honorable Jose Mai.
Aye.
Honorable Julius Espat.
Aye, support.
Honorable Radwell Ferguson. Absent. Honorable Dolores Balaramos.
Aye.
Honorable Karim Musa.
Aye.
Honorable Florencio Marin Jr.
Aye.
Honorable Oscar Requena.
Aye.
Honorable Orlando Habet.
Aye.
Honorable Anthony Marla.
I support.
Honorable Henry Charles Usher.
On behalf of the people of Fort George, I support.
Honorable Marconi Leal. Honorable Elvia Vega Samos. Honorable Mike Shebat.
I support.
Honorable Kevin Bernard.
Aye.
Honorable Abner Andre Perez.
Aye.
Honorable Ramirez. Absent. Honorable Oscar Mira.
On behalf of the people of Belmopan, I support.
Honorable Gilroy Usher.
On behalf of the people of Port Loyola, I support.
Honorable Ramon Cervantes.
The people of Orange Rock North and myself, we support this motion.
Honorable Louis Zabane.
Aye.
Honorable Louis Balona.
On behalf of the people of Cayo Central and myself, we support.
Honorable Jorge Espat.
On behalf of my people at Cayo West, I support.
Honorable Mike Espat. Honorable Moses Barrow.
Aye.
Honorable Hugo Pot.
Aye.
Honorable Tracy Pantan.
Aye.
Honorable Denise Barrow. Absent. Honorable Patrick Farber. And absent.
The results of the division in the House on today's date on the Domestic Violence in Belize motion 2022, 27 in favor and 4 absent.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce and move the second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March, 2022. Kindly allow me to make a few comments by way of introducing the supplementary appropriation, Madam Speaker. Recall that in early 2020, under the then Barrow UDP administration, the Supreme Court of Belize found that the Barrow and the UDP spent roughly $1.3 billion over several years of their administration without getting the requisite parliamentary approvals. These actions were in clear breach of the Constitution and the Finance and Audit Reform Act. In fact, the Barrow administration knowingly attempted to cover up their wrongdoings by passing at least 13 retrospective supplementary appropriations laws years after they had already spent the money. And the court found that this was unlawful. It was wrong. Not surprisingly, in 2020, in its last year in office, the Barrow administration started passing supplementary appropriation laws. In its last 7 months in office, the UDP passed 4 supplementary appropriation acts to the tune of over $105 million. Of course, that was not enough to cover their reckless and unauthorized expenditures. In fact, they left behind a mountain of debt, not only official, debt of over $4 billion or over 130% of debt to GDP, but a mountain of ordinary payables for materials, goods, and services. To this day, people bring me bills that the UDP owed. The event left millions in outstanding subscription fees to numerous international organizations, of which Belize is a member. Organizations such as SICA, the CCAD, the IOM, and so on. We could come with a long list. This PP administration not only had to address the twin unprecedented health and economic crisis left behind by the UDP, we also had to deal with this abysmal legacy of being a hard-pay country with outstanding debts and payables. Remember, when we got in, they were borrowing to the tune of $1 million a day, and they still were not even paying the bills for ordinary goods and services like food, fuel, medicines, and of course the obscene land acquisition payments, to name a few. Just to cover the more immediate bills left behind by the UDP to take the government to the end of 2020-2021 fiscal year, this administration had to pass 2 supplementary appropriation laws of roughly $115 million. In total, there were 6 supplementary appropriation laws passed in fiscal year 2020-2021. The prudent fiscal management by this administration is both a welcomed and necessary change to the past. Yes, we have had to make tough decisions. Yes, we have had to tighten our belt severely. But these decisions are helping to get us back on track. Since April, the government no longer borrows $1 million a day from the Central Bank of Belize. Since April, government has not made any new borrowings from the Central Bank. Instead, our government has reduced the overdraft for the Central Bank from over $90 million that was left by the UDP. They were borrowing from the Central Bank $1 million a day, and yet still had an overdraft of over $90 million. We stopped the borrowing and we paid off the overdraft. Let me point out that there are those unforeseen events and situations that arise from time to time that we as a responsible government must adjust to. It is in these bases that we have come to this honorable House for supplementary appropriations, not to squander scarce resources, as was the modus operandi of the past government, but rather to pay for necessary and unforeseen expenditures, to prepare for possible adverse events proactively and protectively, and unfortunately, yes, to attend to residual UDP bills left behind. The bulk of these expenditures relate to the following. First, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, $26.4 million, of which $23.2 million is for recurrent expenditures. $1.6 million is for Cap 2 expenditures, and another $1.6 million is for Cap 3 expenditures. These expenditures are comprised of approximately $15.5 million for pharmaceuticals and medical supplies, including contracts entered under the UDP administration. Just under $5 million for NHI, and $2.7 million for hemodialysis for the remainder of this fiscal year. 1.6 billion in Cap 2 expenditures are for the Cuban Medical Brigade and COVID enforcement officers, while the Cap 3 expenditures of approximately $1.6 million are entirely tied to grant funding, $1.39 million of which was donated by UNICEF for provision of critical medical supplies. Second, $25.1 million for the Ministry of Finance, of which $23.3 million is for Cap 2 expenditures and $1.8 million is for recurrent expenditures. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour to oppose.
The question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour to oppose. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The Cap 2 expenditures are comprised principally of $20 million for the capitalization of the central bank, of which I will explain later. $2.6 billion for commitments under the Blue Bond Conservation Agreement. We have to start to pay for the Blue Bonds. $700,000 for the purchase of vehicles for the Ministry of Youth and Sports and the Postal Service. The current expenditures are primarily for renewal of various software licenses, including Smart Stream. On the capitalization of the central bank, Madam Speaker, it is important that I explain this in some detail. The government proposes to capitalize the central bank with a sum of $20 million to proactively fortify the balance sheet of the central bank as regulator and protector of our financial system, and to bolster the bank's commitment to monetary and financial system stability. The Central Bank of Belize takes some risk, but they are not profit-driven. Instead, their main objectives are maintaining the fixed exchange rate and the stability of the financial system. As the chief regulator, the bank acts as a lender of last resort for domestic banks that find themselves in financial difficulty or unable to obtain adequate liquidity in the interbank market. As we all know, the forbearance measures introduced by the central bank to temporarily ease the financial challenges faced by many businesses arising from the severe contraction of the economy have come to an end as of the end of December 2021. There is accordingly an increased likelihood of non-performing loans in the system. To prepare for the possible effects of that scenario, the fortification of the central bank is imperative in order for the bank to effectively perform its core and non-core functions. The central bank currently has paid up capital of only $20 million. In total, its total capital and reserves amount to only 1.3% of GDP, well below the near 2% of GDP regional average amongst our Caribbean counterparts. This proposed $20 million capitalization of the central bank brings this ratio near to the regional average by increasing it to 1.8%. But more importantly, it will serve to protect the bank against future losses and enable the bank to meet its mandate of maintaining monetary and financial stability in these challenging times. Third, Other expenditures across ministries include $1 million for ongoing social safety net efforts through the continuance of the Food Assistance Program at the Ministry of Human Development up to the end of this fiscal year. This is to ensure that we continue with the grocery bag program to the end of this financial year. 2, $1.5 million for repair of the revetment structure collapse at mile 7 on the Philip Golson Highway. How much did UDP spend by that highway? You know, when they were boasting? Maybe the Minister of Infrastructure Development could tell. But a whole portion of it don't collapse. I mean, they built this one about 2 years ago, 3 years ago. 3, $500,000 for the anti-violence multi-sectoral program in the Ministry of Home Affairs. 4, $3.1 million for the Loyola Bridge replacement project. The UDP mentioned this bridge right year after year that they're going to build. I think they bring 2 loan motions for this project, and they were saying they were going to do it for over $50 million. And because of the skillful negotiation of our Minister of Infrastructure Development to receive another $25 million for the people of this country. 5, $1.6 million for scholarships and other financial assistance for students studying locally and abroad. 6, $2.2 million for the Ministry of Home Affairs, mostly for fuel and materials and supplies, as well as a further $1.5 million for payments to Colby Foundation for prison services. 7, $2.4 million for the Ministry of National Defense and Border Security, $1.8 million of which is for fuel and food for our soldiers. In total, recurrent expenditures are up to a little over $33 million. The cumulative sum of domestically financed Cap 2 expenditures amount to $30 million, while externally sourced Cap 3 expenditures amount to a little over $7 million, for a grand total of additional supplementary appropriations of $70,350,294. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the support of this Honorable House for the due enactment of this bill, which has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Thank you.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister is my senior. He has been in this Parliament for quite some time, and he's a skilled politician. Both of us have served as leader of the opposition twice, right? I've done my political research. And the unfortunate thing about being in the Parliament so long and being such a skilled politician is that you develop bad habits. I thought the member from Fort George, the Right Honorable Prime Minister Said Musa, had a special talent of coming into this honorable house and painting a reality for you that simply did not exist. But he was so skilled of an orator and so convincing that if you did not know better, you would believe everything that he has said. Well, I can tell you, I admired many of your qualities, but I did not know you had that quality. You have outdone the Right Honorable Prime Minister with this presentation of this supplementary. The people would not understand that your government came in April and presented a budget to this honorable house and to the people of Belize. So this has to be the worst management of finance ever that we have seen in our history. How is it that all of these costs that you keep coming back for were not anticipated? I don't know, Madam Speaker. Yes, how is it that these costs that you keep coming back for were not anticipated? What were the finance people doing as they planned this budget that almost every other House meeting you're coming back for millions of dollars? Then you want to talk about the borough administration when you are not doing anything different. The people of this country elected you to manage their finances in a prudent fashion. Yet, you projected your estimates, and now you've come back again and again as if you want us to applaud the fact that you're coming back to tell us that you're overspending and you have such gross and negligent management of the finances of this country. Madam Speaker, you go to the Ministry of Health. I understand why you had to fire your Minister of Health. The type of spending that was taking place there is in effect criminal negligence, Madam Speaker. The type of, I have to choose my words carefully because I never want to be like those members on the other side. But Madam Speaker, there's something wrong when you have $23 million. Why do we need $23 million? No, I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, because the member from Cayo North was engaged in all kind of racket in the Ministry of Health. That's why the Prime Minister had to get rid of him. He misspent and mismanaged all of the money. Shame on you, member from Cayo North.
A point of order, I'm asking him to take back his remarks of what by the former minister, all kind of racket in that ministry, making serious allegations as a member of in this House, which is unacceptable, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Prime Minister. Under Standing Order 38, no member shall impute improper motives to any other member. So I kindly ask that you rephrase or retract.
Guided, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, mismanagement, gross negligence is not improper motive. So I will stay along those lines. It is incompetence. It is irresponsibility. I know the Prime Minister said Belize no got talent. Well, if Belize no got talent was somebody, it would be the Minister of Health. I mean, questions have to be asked, Madam Speaker. When you come into this House and you're asking the taxpayers to front another $23 million for the Ministry of Health. What is going on? The way that maybe legitimate costs that would incur could be satisfied would be if they would stop contracting out all of the revenues that the government could collect to private sector. Why does some businessman from Belize City who is in the hardware business, the construction business, yes, your friend Cayo South, but I know I say name, that one of your good belly. Why do we have to contract the procurement to these private individuals? Why can't the government of Belize implement everything that has to do with COVID as far as the COVID tests, as far as the testing, that these tests procured at $6, by this private individual who has no experience in the medical field. He then sells to the retail $20 US. He procure it at 6, sell it at 20 US. Then now they go to the borders, the airport. All of this is private. Why isn't the government of Belize managing and implementing these transactions? Why do we need to contract and outsource this and make these private individuals millions and millions and millions of dollars while poor people suffer? And then you will come back to this house and ask for $23 million from those same taxpayers that are taking a licking with these fuel prices that are astronomical. I will get to that in my adjournment, Madam Speaker. But we really need to look at this. This is alarming. The last House meeting, they asked for money for the Ministry of Health. The minister has since been fired, and I can see why. And I am saying to this honorable House, I'm saying to the Prime Minister, this has to stop. This is fiscal hemorrhaging, fiscal bleeding. You set a budget in this honorable House in April. And we understand that things happen and you have to come back. We understand that. And I appreciate that you come back to the House and you tell us what it is you're going to spend. I appreciate that. But what I don't appreciate is the gross mismanagement, the negligence, because I will refrain from saying racket and hustle. I will refrain from that. I will not accuse anyone of that.
Then
but I will say that it is mismanagement. It is negligence. It is incompetence. It is a dire lack of talent. Let us go, Madam Speaker, and just so the Belizean people know where to talk about when we talk about $23 million for the Ministry of Health. For what? For materials and supplies that they will buy from these private contractors. So rather than the Ministry of Health buying the biosensor, antigen, and all of the things that they need themselves, and rather than the Ministry of Health and the government of Belize manning the borders and collecting the $100 testing fee, a private contractor is collecting that. If the government of Belize, if the Ministry of Health would manage these things properly, we would need to come to this House and ask the taxpayers for $23 million, Madam Speaker. You have a line item here, $7 million for contracts and consultancy. I hear that you say that the economy, the learned member from Toledo who has said that the economy is recovering, not in Mesopotamia, not in Chanush and Patakan and Bea Vista and the different villages and towns that I have visited. Huh? I know the year recovery, people live bad. So I don't know if it is that this massive recovery of the economy that is leading you to now deplete the funds as they come in. But this is alarming, and I know that my colleague from Alberts will certainly be looking into this with the PAC. We need to know what is going on. Madam Speaker, coming out of the Ministry of Health, you know, when I looked at the supplementary, you know, there's money there for home affairs, which it is needed because we have a crime issue, a severe crime issue. You know, but again, the Minister of Police has employed a multi-sectorial approach to fighting crime, which I am in full support of. And I have given great space and latitude because crime is not a political issue. So, with the increase that they gave to the Minister of Police, I would have liked to see more money go to human development, because the poverty, the lack of having essential needs, the inability to afford the skyrocketing cost of living, driven by the skyrocketing cost of fuel in this country, Madam Speaker, is in direct correlation to the crime pandemic. We have a crime pandemic. Again, I am not blaming the Minister of Police. It is not any political party blame, because we have 40 years that we have to fix. But if we're serious about fixing the crime issue, and the Minister of Police identified that poverty is one of the root causes, lack of education is one of the root causes, why is it that we see so little, $1 million going to human development? Yet again, the honorable member from Kayo South, the Minister of Infrastructure, again, another $1.9 million. When the last time that you were here and I raised the objection, you say, oh, well, then the contract will come from the UDP. Why weren't these monies projected in the first budget, Madam Speaker? I'm sure the member from Kayo South will get up and give this honorable House and the Belizean people a satisfactory answer. Because from the looks of it, it is alarming who are the finance people? Who sat down in April and planned this budget? That we have to keep coming back to get monies, when the last time we came back, the member from Kayo South said that the money we may have to spend because those contracts were in existence. So I never understand that from last year, April. I really need to know, because again, it's all about priority, Madam Speaker. Infrastructure is needed. The rural development of this country is needed. I agree with the member from Toledo West. We need to do more for the villages. Everything can't just be Belize City. We have to go district. I agree with you, member. But it is a matter of, King Solomon said, there is a time for everything. There is a season for everything. And right now, regardless of this 9% unemployment that you have identified that I am yet to receive confirmation for, people they out there to take lick. People are suffering. Again, the poetry that you come with as far as the statistics, it is far different than what I meet when I'm on the ground. Because I know, like say, there are states and are there with celebrity and they hang out. I know the member from Fort George and the member from Caribbean Shores will not let the House meeting go without talking about that. At least now, at the drink Bellikin and at the drink Caribbean rum, right? And Travelers, Belizean products, promoting to the rest of the globe. I dip on the ground. When I came back from Dubai, meeting with the ruler of Dubai, I got straight, yes, member from Kayo, I got to Kayo South, I'm there at Kayo South, I'm there at Kayo North, I was in Kayo Northeast, I was in Kayo West. My friend from Kayo West, I buy me gas from him sometimes when I dip on the highway on the way to House meetings. I went to all of those constituencies, and this picture of an economic recovery is not the reality that I encountered. So I don't know if it is the old George Price philosophy that is being implemented, where you punish your enemies and you take care of your friends. So maybe the PUPs in these constituencies are being taken care of and the UDPs are taking lick. I know the Prime Minister would not tolerate that. I know him better than that. I think you remember the slogan was everybody for win. That means UDP and PUP. But the point that I'm making, Madam Speaker, is it is a matter of priority. And the priority right now is human development, COVID-19 relief, food and finances, education. More money should be going to education and human development, Madam Speaker. The last time I was here, I said not a dollar more for infrastructure, Madam Speaker. And they came right back with more money for infrastructure. We can't eat street the same way you learned from the Right Honorable Prime Minister Said Musa. I learned from the member from Kaya South. We can't eat street. We couldn't eat street in 2020 and in 2019. And we can't eat street or highway or road in 2022. So, Madam Speaker, there is no way that I could support this supplementary, Madam Speaker. It is, to me, a reflection of terrible, terrible budgeting, a reflection of gross mismanagement and negligent spending, Madam Speaker, and I cannot support this supplementary. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Kaya South.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. The leader of the opposition, the famous traveler from Dubai, said a couple minutes ago that he likes to learn from me. Well, let me teach you something about emergency. I hear you've been to Kaya South and Kaya North and the West. Have you driven the Philip Wilson Highway going to Ladyville recently? If you have, you will see that a portion of the road had a problem because the retaining wall that was built under the United Democratic Party's tenure washed away. Why did this happen? Reports from our engineers was that they had presented 3 options. One was a metal sheet piling that is used for the retaining wall. A second was a concrete sheet piling, which is another option to be used for retaining walls. And a third option, which was a plastic sheet piling that at times is used for retaining walls. That the engineers did not recommend was the plastic sheet piling, and the policymakers of the time under the United Democratic Party decided to go with that option. It failed after so many years. There is another section of about 500 feet that will also fail because it utilized that option. This, member, if you had, I think I'll wait for you to sit so you can listen and understand and be educated in the engineering field. This money that is requested is an emergency fund because if not, the highway would all fall into the river. And so we did our analysis. We got cost estimates for the metal sheet piling and for the concrete sheet piling. The metal sheet piling is only available in right now it's Dubai, to be honest with you, and somewhere in Europe where it would have taken a long time to reach Belize. And so we opted for the concrete sheet piling, which can be fabricated in country, which has already been dealt with We have gone to the Contractor General, who has approved our proposal. We have gotten clearance from the Ministry of Finance, and we are now doing due diligence by coming to the House, which your previous government rarely did. And that, my dear sir, is what you call transparency. And so I hope you are now happy with the response. And if you need more information, come to Belmopan and we will give you the plans and we will show you the details so that you can educate yourself before getting out and on your rostrum there expressing things that you have no knowledge about. So if you want to learn from me, come to us and we will teach you once again, sir. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Toledo West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to rise to make my contribution this afternoon to the supplementary appropriation bill that is before us. Madam Speaker, I want to start out by saying that we want to go on record on this side of the House to say that we are complying with the law as the law requires, Madam Speaker, that these supplementaries be brought before the House so that they can go through the House and get the necessary approval. That is the difference between this government and those on the other side. Madam Speaker, we know, and the facts are there, the records are there, that will show that under the UDP, the former government, supplementaries were brought 5, 6 years, sometimes well after that, after they were spent. But we are complying with the law as the law requires, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, listening to the leader of the opposition, it's obvious that, you know, he is trying to become the leader of those on that other side, and as such tries to find every little opportunity to beat his chest and to brag about, oh, he understands and he goes around and he feels what the poor people feel. Far from the reality, Madam Speaker, far from the reality. He also wants the nation and those who are listening to feel as if though we on this side just decide to, you know, bring an appropriation bill because we want additional money to just spend. Madam Speaker, far from the truth. The reality is that the UDP left this country in a mess, Madam Speaker, and every single ministry, including my ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Local Government, and Labor, Madam Speaker, 13 months, in fact, almost 14 months after being elected, we are still contemplating, we are still being, you know, given outstanding bills that were incurred under the UDP. That is the reality. That is the reality. Every time our finance officer at our ministry has to be worrying about how she is going to pay the bills to ensure that we can continue to provide the service to those people who help us to ensure that we can get our work done, Madam Speaker. And I will give you an example. You know, every time we have, you know, our rig trucks that are very old, they are over 22 years old. And every time, you know, they fail, they break down, we have to go to our creditors, we have to ask them for them to give us credit so that we can repair our trucks and provide the service that is much needed when water systems go down, when we have to drill new water wells. But we have to pay our bills. And our creditors are telling us, unless you pay your bills, then we cannot extend the credit. And that is not limited only to our ministry. That is across ministries. And that is what the Belizean people need to understand. That in every instance, Madam Speaker, when these supplementaries are brought, a lot of times, we are confronted with these bills and we have to find the money to pay them, Madam Speaker. But also the leader of the opposition fails to understand, or at least he pretends not to understand, and appreciate the fact that in running a government, you will have emergencies. You're going to have issues that you will have to deal with, as was rightly pointed out by the Minister of Infrastructure. I hear him whining and making noise about, why is it that so much money is being allocated to the Ministry of Infrastructure? So what does he want? What is he suggesting? That the Northern Highway, a portion of it has collapsed? That what? We just turn a blind eye and leave it at that and don't repair it? Is that what he's suggesting? Is that a responsible government? You see, Madam Speaker, I often wonder, when you listen to the members on the other side, the hypocrisy with which they speak. Madam Speaker, I hear him speaking about, the budget for health has increased significantly, and why is it that we keep coming here? Well, it seems that he forgets that we are in the middle of a pandemic. In fact, we are about to ride maybe the fourth wave of COVID-19, Madam Speaker. And this government must be applauded, Madam Speaker, for all the hard work, all the efforts that we have done, working with the Belizean people, working with our doctors and nurses and all our frontline workers to address and to control COVID-19. That is a lot of work. But you cannot expect that we are going to address these issues without having to incur additional expenses. Oftentimes we hear about all the challenges that our frontline workers face in the daily execution of their duties. And as a government, as a responsible Ministry of Health, we must find a way to support our frontline workers. And these are the things that are being addressed and that we seek to do in this supplementary bill that is before us, Madam Speaker. I heard him speak about, we must look at priorities. He says that he went into the rural area on his bid trying to become the leader of the UDP and that he visited so many communities. Well, I have not seen him in Toledo West. And I have news for him. You can go there, sir. You can go there. But I will tell you, you're not going to be getting any support out there. Because the people know, the people of the rural area know that they were abandoned and neglected by the UDP for 13 long years. That is the fact, that is the reality. So, when we watch all the comedy and the antics that they are going through in their leadership bid, and how they come with all these empty promises that they're going to look after the rural area, you had 13 long years to do it, and you did not do it. So how dare you come and say that you are so concerned now about the rural area? And on the one side, he says he cares about the rural area, and then he goes on, he says, well, we must look at priority, and priority right now is not the rural area. How ironical and contradictory of you, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. Madam Speaker, we on this side of the House are serious about helping our rural areas. And that is why, Madam Speaker, we are making every effort to ensure that we improve the dilapidated infrastructure that we found there. It's not an easy task. We are still contending with that right now, after 1 year in government. But every single day we wake up and we work hard to try to support our people to ensure that they have better infrastructure, so that they can also get up there and work hard and produce and grow this economy so that our people can benefit. Our philosophy on this side, Madam Speaker, is to empower people. And we empower people by providing the tools for them, by creating the enabling environment for them so that they can help themselves and earn an income and live a decent life, Madam Speaker. That is what we are concerned about. So, Madam Speaker, I say to the leader of the opposition, shame on him. He tries to pretend as if though this government is just being wasteful and mismanaging the resources. They should be the last ones to speak about waste and mismanagement. Their record has gone down in history that they were the most corrupt government ever to lead this country, and that is a fact. The most corrupt government to ever lead this country, the UDP. So how dare him come and speak about waste and mismanagement? He seemed to have forgotten that they had 1 mile on Fabas Road for $8 million. He forgot that. He forgot that. He forgot the Chetomal Street area, bloated contracts. He seems to have forgotten that. He seems to have forgotten that in 2010, the Auditor General's report spoke about the wife of the former Prime Minister, the former wife, making $5 million in 1 year for legal fees. He seemed to have conveniently forgotten those things. Come on, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. Is that how you want to lead this country to become the next Prime Minister? Sir, you're going to have a long wait. You're going to have a long wait, and that goes to all of them on that side. So, Madam Speaker, in wrapping up, there is every justification in this supplementary that is before the House today. We will ensure that we continue to work hard to deliver the goods and services to our people. We were given a mandate in November 11, 2020 to lead this country, to grow this economy, to make greater opportunities and better opportunities for our people, and that is what we are going to do, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I fully support the supplementary that is before us. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Port Loyola.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would like to refer to my notes. Madam Speaker, first I must say greetings to the residents of Port Loyola Division who sent me to this honorable house as their heir representative. Madam Speaker, to meet the financial needs of the country for the next 2 months until April 1st, 2022, the PM and his government have presented a supplementary allocation budget of just over $67 million to this honorable house. Madam Speaker, the funds are necessary to pay a number of long overdue bills, as well as several unexpected bills. Madam Speaker, the supplementary budget is necessary to deal with the unexpected increase in the cost of acquiring certain products and services, as well as the sudden need to access services and products that were not included in the last budget. Madam Speaker, Steep increase in the cost of acquired goods and services could be the result of unavoidable increases in the price of fuel, which affects the price of almost all other items. Madam Speaker, one of the unexpected costs referred to in the supplementary budget includes the need to fix a broken portion of the Philip Golson Highway that suddenly became too dangerous for the safety of motorists and pedestrians. Madam Speaker, I will highlight only a few of the most important allocations in the supplementary budget. 15.5 million is for the Ministry of Health and Wellness for outstanding payables. 2.7 million is for hemodialysis treatment with private institutions, while just under $5 million is for the continuation of NHI. Madam Speaker, it must also be noted that the supplementary budget includes payment of over $5 million for unpaid bills that were incurred by the Ministry of Health under the corrupt Barrow-Faber administration. Madam Speaker, $1.5 million in the supplementary budget is for the Ministry of Education to assist with school fees for high schools and tertiary institutions, including some 30 institutions abroad. 3.7 million is mostly for fuel and food for the Ministry of Home Affairs and the balance of the Corby contract that was renegotiated. Additionally, 1.75 million of the new allocation is for the Ministry of Defense for border security, which includes food for the soldiers and fuel for patrols. Madam Speaker, the supplementary allocation budget also includes provision for 6 new vehicles. 2 of those vehicles are for the General Post Office and 4 are for the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Transport. All 6 vehicles will be acquired through the Ministry of Finance to enable the Department of Youth and Sports to carry out very important work for the benefit of the people. Madam Speaker, 20 million in the supplementary budget is allocated to strengthen the Central Bank of Belize as a lending institution. With that allocation, the government is simply being proactive, as none of the major lending institutions are experiencing any financial problem. Madam Speaker, $1 million in the new allocation is to enable the Ministry of Human Development to continue the food assistance program, more popularly known as the grocery bag. Madam Speaker, and $1.5 million is for the construction of the pier for the new Halover Bridge. Madam Speaker, under the leadership of Prime Minister John Briceño, the supplementary budget of this administration always achieves 2 things. First, they are always in compliance with the Finance and Audit Reform Act of 25, which clearly states that following the passage of the budget, the government must get approval from the House of Representatives for any further spending above $10 million. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the supplementary budgets of this administration always give a detailed and verifiable breakdown of how taxpayers' money was spent or will be spent. Madam Speaker, verification of the spending in the supplementary budgets of this administration are doable because all the public officers who process the spending of those funds are still in the same departments in the government service. Madam Speaker, that is transparency and accountability with the use of taxpayers' money. Madam Speaker, under the previous administration, supplementary budgets were brought to this honorable House years after the funds were spent, and practically all the key persons who approved the payments were no longer employed in the public service. Madam Speaker, in comparison to this supplementary budget. The supplementary budget of previous administration were a guise, a cover-up for massive corruption with government funds. Madam Speaker, furthermore, apart from being years late, supplementary budgets of the previous administration largely did not include any breakdown for the hundreds of millions of dollars they spent and which taxpayers of this country have to repay. Madam Speaker, the supplementary budgets of the previous administration merely listed millions of dollars they spent years ago with absolutely no prior debate in the House. And as usual, the previous administration used its majority in the House and the Senate to approve, really rubber stamp, those unlawful spending which merely benefit themselves and not the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, shame on the members of the previous administration for remaining silent in this House as their administration totally ignored the Finance and Audit Reform Act and plundered the National Treasury. Madam Speaker, in total disregard for its responsibility to ensure that the people get value for their money, including huge loans which they have to repay, the previous administration spent over $700 million from Petrocaribe and over $600 million from oil with absolutely no approval from the House. Madam Speaker, unlike this administration that has brought this supplementary budget to the House for debate and approval, the Supreme Court found the previous administration guilty of unlawfully spending over $1 billion without getting approval from the House for spending so much money, so much of the people's money. Madam Speaker, approval of just over $65 million for this supplementary allocation will result in visible benefits for the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, on the other hand, members of the previous administration spent over $1 billion with absolutely no approval from the House. In 2020, when they were booted out of office, hopefully for decades, more Belizeans were living in poverty than before they were elected to office 13 years earlier in 2008. Madam Speaker, I would like the members of the other side to explain what happened to those funds. How did the Belizean people end up poor after you spent millions and millions of dollars during your 13 years in office? Madam Speaker, the Belizean people did not have a chance to benefit from those mega spending because of massive corruption by several members of the previous administration and their cronies. Madam Speaker, the previous administration's presentation of this supplementary budget, Madam Speaker, the administration's presentation of this supplementary allocation budget in the current time is in keeping with the pledge of Plan Belize to weed out corruption in government with transparency and accountability in the spending of the people's money. Madam Speaker, another good thing about this, another supplementary budget of this administration, is that they are forwarded to all the members of the House long before House meetings to allow members of Parliament sufficient time to be fully prepared to debate the matter. Madam Speaker, that goodwill gesture is strikingly opposite from the days when the previous administration, knowing they had a lot to hide, gave members of the then opposition PUP the House papers shortly before the start of House meetings to undermine their ability to expose the terrible corruption that occurred with all supplementary budgets and other matters. Madam Speaker, given the details of this supplementary budget, it is clear that the funds will be used to address the needs of the people and will not end up in the sacks or private accounts of ministers, as was the norm with several ministers in the previous administration. Madam Speaker, it is this unconscionable corruption in government that has made the previous administration the most corrupt government in the history of Belize. Madam Speaker, Pamela Sanders said, "Transparency means that my motives are easily perceived. No hidden agendas, and I prove it through my actions." Madam Speaker, under the leadership of Prime Minister Briceño, this supplementary budget allocation is transparent. It has no hidden agendas. I therefore fully support it for the good of the Belizean people and this nation. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to lend my support to this supplemental appropriation number 3, 2021-2022. Madam Speaker, the way that I see it is that this is a matter of management styles. The previous administration, they were known for their Petro-Carib roll-it policies. They were known for bring the bag policies, bring the bag and we are spend it. 13 million per roundabouts, party that in Telco Hill, we are sponsor the bandits out of Home Affairs money. Bandits being a football team, but it has other connotations for that side as well. Madam Speaker, if you give the Belizean people the option that you will present a budget for $1.3 billion for the year, and they get to spend that, the government gets to spend that with absolutely zero accounting, or you give them option B, that you present a responsible and prudent budget, say for 900 million instead of 1.3 billion, and then you come to the House for additional allocation as needs be. I am certain that the Belizean people will always choose responsible, prudent management the way that we are doing here today. The previous administration, Madam Speaker, I hear the member for member for Mesopotamia. I get confused which constituency he actually represents. The member for Mesopotamia said that this is criminal negligence. If he really wants to know what criminal negligence is, he needs to do his research, spend a little more time at home. Because if he would have done his research, he would know that under the Ministry of Health line item that he's accusing the former minister of, it is that administration's bill that we're paying $5 million that they had spent. And now we have to replenish that amount, $5 million out of that particular line item. So had he done his homework, he would know that it was his administration that is leaving behind a debt for this administration to now pay. If he wants to know about criminal negligence, he can go and speak to the former Chief Justice, who said that his father, the Right Honorable Dean Barros, spent $1.3 billion with no accountability, without coming to this honorable House the way that we are coming today, Madam Speaker. That is the clear difference between our administration and the former administration. And I know it is a completely foreign concept that they are not used to witnessing, but they are witnessing it today. We are coming to the House to approve the operational costs for the police department, the food for our officers who are out on duty. We are coming to approve the fuel bills because we were not squandering and wasting fuel the way the former administration did. We have checks and balances now in place to ensure there is not that squandering of fuel. The maintenance of vehicles, these are all essential things that have to be paid for, Madam Speaker. And yes, again, it could be argued that we were overly ambitious and overly responsible, but I'd rather it be that way, because our budget, like most of the ministries in government, were slashed because of the financial times. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, these are essential expenditures, not squandering like the last administration did. So, Madam Speaker, I lend my full support for this supplemental budget.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to offer my support to this supplementary appropriation bill for fiscal year 2021-2022. But before I get into giving some clarity here, Madam Speaker, I want to remind the member from Mesopotamia that it was his UDP Minister of Health, the then Minister of Health, who had his wife who used to decide who gets supplies and who not get no supplies, or who supply the ministry. So to come here and talk about assumed illegalities or whatever, they should be ashamed of themselves. At the same time, Madam Speaker, I will forgive the honorable member of Mesopotamia, because I know he's no accountant. He's a rapper, and a bad one by that. I listened to him as he tried to seem to paint a very bad picture, or tried to say to the Belizean people as if we are misspending. But my former colleagues highlighted the very fact that in the supplementary that we now come to this honorable House, Madam Speaker, there are several line items, and I want to just go up briefly through some of them, because my colleagues have already expounded it. Because as you know, in government, we know we are transparent, so every one of us can discuss these matters. As it relates to the materials and supplies, Madam Speaker, when all of us had to take the tough measure last year and take a huge cut on our budget, but when we really got into the reality of things and the need that the Ministry of Health and Wellness had, COVID raging in this country, need for medication, we found that there were huge bills left by the previous UDP administration. And while we are highlighting that $5.68 million had to be used to pay off those old bills, there are still other bills that is amounting. That is the reason why we had this allocation here today. But we are also being very responsible, because we come to this House seeking the approval of the National Assembly so that we can fulfill our contractual obligations to these suppliers. It is no hidden secret. The tender process was done, contracts are approved, and we are here making sure that, Madam Speaker, that we can sustain these payments up to the end of this fiscal year. But I most want to point out that the member for Mesopotamia highlighted specifically the $7.3 million and tried to say as if it is being, or question whether, why is it, what are we, which consultancy or contracts. Let me point out to the Belizean people, and for his own benefit, as I said, he is no accountant but a bad rapper. In accounting, as you know, there are cost centers, and in government, the cost center that contracts falls under is under the contract and consultancy. This is no fault of ours. But, Madam Speaker, he failed to highlight what it says there. That $7.3 million is to cover NHI and the hemodialysis program that the government provides to very needed patients who cannot afford those high costs of dialysis in the private sector. And we are not coming to ask just to pay bills that is there. We are coming to the Honorable House to say we need to ensure that by the end of fiscal year, March 2022, we are able to sustain the NHI, which the government contribute a little over $1.5 million on a monthly basis. So $4.something million, $4.5 million is to cover for the NHI program. 4.7 actually. And the remaining is for us to be able to continue to provide NHI to those private providers, such as the Lomalus, KHMH, Belize Healthcare Partners, Dialysis de Caribe, Kidney Care Centers, who provide these services on behalf of the government of Belize. So, Madam Speaker, what they fail to also understand, that under the UDP government, they were paying $260 per session. It is under the leadership of the then Minister of Health and Wellness, Honorable Misha Shebat, who was able to renegotiate the terms and conditions with these providers, and we have now reduced that charge to $220 per session, which allowed us to even offer more dialysis program support to much more residents across this country. And it is something that this government will continue to provide those services at an affordable rate for our very much needed dialysis patients. Madam Speaker, it is very, and it's obviously clear that the member of Mesopotamia tried to come and turn this as if we are trying to cover up something. But let me be straight to the honorable member. This government, under the leadership of John Briceño, is ensuring that we are being accountable to the people. We are bringing a supplementary that we are saying to the Belizean people, this is what we need to ensure that at the end of the fiscal year, we don't fall short. Just as the member of Caribbean Shores rightly mentioned, we prepare a budget. We did present a budget. The budget, as you know, we had to curtail on that budget. But there are pressing needs. Health is very important in this country. Our Belizean people, many have died due to COVID. And so it is under this government that we are going to turn things around. And the only way we do this, Madam Speaker, is by addressing the needs and making the resources available to be able to provide these very efficient and effective services. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make my contributions on this particular supplementary appropriation scheduled for fiscal year 2021-2022. Madam Speaker, I am unable to support the supplemental appropriation bill for these reasons. As has been the norm and continues to be the norm, there is a lack of explanatory notes, Madam Speaker, which does not allow for the kind of transparency this administration pledged to offer, or for a meaningful debate on these supplemental appropriations. Madam Speaker, there are no allocations in the supplemental bill to reinstate support for the many public officers and teachers and law enforcement officers who receive a 10% salary cut, in spite of the fact that the member from Toledo West stood up this morning and stood on how well the economy is doing. how the economy is on a robust rebound in terms of our gross domestic product and our receipts. Madam Speaker, there are only nominal amounts allocated for social programs to help those families who continue to live in the margins as a result of the ravages that we have faced as a nation of COVID-19. The function of this legislature, Madam Speaker, is to act as a check and balance to the executive. But we do not have the information to truly debate the probity of many of these allocations. We see an amount there, Madam Speaker, for 1.4 million for Central Information Technology, for example. And we have no idea what that amount is for. We know for sure that an allocation came to this Honorable House previously, Madam Speaker, to deal with the Microsoft licensing fees that was paid to Smart. So I am unclear what this additional amount is for. There are no allocations or no measures to mitigate against the crippling costs of fuel that continues to hurt the very essence and core of our productive sector, that continues to hurt our tourism sector, Madam Speaker, that continues to hurt our agriculture sector. How does the taximan cope? How does the runman cope? How does the bus operator cope? How does the taximan and the water taxi provider cope with these crippling costs of fuel? There's nothing in this supplemental, Madam Speaker, that provides any relief at all to address the rising costs of fuel. Let us not forget, Madam Speaker, when the government sat in opposition, they had the answers of how we could have addressed increases in acquisition costs on the international market, but seems to have gone completely deaf and mute on any attempt to provide relief for those who are suffering the most. There are no allocations in this supplemental appropriation bill, Madam Speaker, that deals with support for MSMEs or deals with the promise in the last general election to create 10,000 new jobs for people who have not been able to work since the onset of the pandemic. I cannot support this budget, Madam Speaker, because we have gone mute on addressing the root causes of crime. We have allocated substantial amounts for police administration, and no doubt that is important. But far more important is how we provide a safety net to support those who are most marginalized. Madam Speaker, I am unable to support this supplemental appropriation bill because clearly there is a lack of planning, there is a lack of foresight, there is a lack of vision, there is a lack of understanding really what are the needs of the Belizean people. And that is indicative, Madam Speaker. This is now the third or fourth additional increases in the Ministry of Health. But yet there is no disclosure on these contracts that have been provided for testing to private providers at the airport and at the border points and at our seaports. There is no disclosure on the contracts that have been provided for the acquisition of tests for this country. We have heard nothing, Madam Speaker, about the contracts that have been provided to first pharmaceuticals, in what quantities and to whom and for how long. So no, Madam Speaker, I am unable to support the appropriation bill. The allocation for child justice reform in Belize, a matter that is significant and helps to address the same matter, the same motion we debated quite substantially this morning. A mere $23,000 for that particular initiative. This does not go far enough, Madam Speaker, in addressing the issues that impact the lives of our Belizean people. So, Madam Speaker, as a result of these very, cursory notes that has been submitted to us for consideration and debate, the lack of information and the lack of a focus on the real needs and concerns of the Belizean people, I am unable to support this appropriation bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Clio North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this supplementary appropriation number 3 bill. Madam Speaker, as I listened to the debate, Madam Speaker, it dawns on me that the members on the other side seem to be suffering from some type of selective amnesia. They forgot that their administration left the government broke, Madam Speaker. When we took office, we were on the verge of a devaluation because of the recklessness and the mismanagement by the then UDP government. Madam Speaker, when we started with a slash budget at the Ministry of Health and Wellness. We were in the grips of a COVID pandemic, and we had to find solutions. We had to find solutions to treat the people of this country while facing a broken health system, a health system that had been raked and scraped and left to die by the UDP administration. Madam Speaker, they forget about the millions of dollars they spent on medication and left to rot in containers at the BDF camp. You see, Madam Speaker, they remember only what is convenient for them. Madam Speaker, they speak out of two sides of their mouth, because they come to this house and you hear them criticize that there's shortage of medication in the hospitals and there's shortage of equipment. Well, how are we to pay for these things, Madam Speaker? How are we to pay for these things? Madam Speaker, they have come to this house and they continue to criticize that all we're focused on is on the treatment of COVID. We're not focusing on the NCDs and the treatment of those. Well, where will the money come from? Where will the money come from, Madam Speaker? The leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker, has stood in this house and accused me this morning of criminal negligence and accused me of many other things. But, Madam Speaker, in my life, I have never spent a day in jail. I wonder if he can say the same. You see, Madam Speaker, it is easy to talk and it is easy to forget the reality of the government you all left behind. It is easy for you all to forget the pain and suffering that you instilled on the Belizean people.
And we, in less than a year, have come and we have provided the services and the goods that the people of Belize deserve, Madam Speaker. Under the leadership of the Honorable John Bresenio, we have turned this economy around, Madam Speaker, and this supplementary bill is to continue to provide the goods and services of the people of Belize, and I support this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, there is not much to add, and again, I'm not surprised that again the opposition would get up here to criticize, but I think you need to look at history, leader of the opposition, before you accuse us. It is a former Prime Minister that was taken to court, and the former Chief Justice found him guilty of spending $1.3 billion of unauthorized spending. He's a former leader of the opposition that came to the House 4 times in 2020 after he was taken to court realizing that what he was doing was illegal, to come and get approvals for the House. So simply what we're doing here, we are following the law. We are at a time of COVID that we have, in many instances, expenses that were not expected. Also, in our negotiations, well, in our consultations with our partners, the unions, and also with the discussions with the IMF, with the then projections of the revenues that we would have collected, we had to make some severe cuts so that we could meet, one, that we can show to the unions that we are serious about what we're talking about, two, that we can explain and show to the IMF, instead of us raising GST to 19%, as what the IMF was recommending, and firing over at least 3,000 public officers, we said, no, we are going to come up with our own plan, our own homegrown plan. And the cuts were a part of that. The IMF was predicting that we were going to have about 2% growth of GDP. So based on that, we worked on what is the revenues that we are going to expect to collect. But as soon as we got in, we knew that we had to get this economy going. Because your party destroyed the economy that we had, and we had to fix it. But nobody thought, not the IMF, not any of the IFIs, and especially the UDP and the former leader, the former Prime Minister, ever expected for this government to turn around this economy in such a short time. Look at what we have done. Judge us on our actions. In 1 year, because of those tough decisions that we did, the IMF gave us the green light. Say, all right, yes, it seems that you know what you're doing. Thanks to the unions as our partners, that they allowed us to make these tough decisions and cuts. Then we could have gone to the super bond holders who are saying we want to collect every cent. Remember, it is a former Prime Minister and the UDP that paid the bondholders of the super bond over 700 million Belizeans in their time in office. And do you want to know by how much the super bond went down during his tenure? Not a single cent. It went up by over $50 million US. After we have paid over $700 million Belize. And the super bond holders, they love that. This is a cool ride for them. It's easy money for them. And we sat down and we negotiated and said we are not going to pay dollar for dollar. And when they saw that we were making the tough choices, they had no choice but to take a cut. And that decision, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, something that your former Prime Minister in 13 years could have never done. We saved the Belizean people $500 million. That's not talk. That's not empty rhetoric or boasting. It is a fact. And based on that $500 million that we saved, then we could have renegotiated the blue bonds. And because of the blue bonds now, we are paying less money, less interest rates, and now we have set up a marine conservation fund that by 2040, we are going to have approximately $200 million that's going to be used for marine conservation. That is not boasting, my brother. That is a fact. Something that the former Prime Minister and the UDP could have never done in 13 years. We did it in 1 year. And because of the hard work that we're doing, fighting poverty, opening up markets, creating more jobs, growing the Belizean economy, having more and more open and transparent government, the Millennium Challenge Corporation, the MCC, chose Belize as one of 2 countries in the world to sign a compact with us. A compact that could potentially, within 5 years, give us another $500 million Belize in grants, free money. That is not boasting, my brother. That is a fact. That is what this government has done in 1 year. And because we have gotten the support of the private sector, we have given them the confidence, the economy grew beyond what anybody would have thought. Beyond that what the people on the IMF ever thought was possible. They went from 2% to 6%, then they said probably 9%. Now it seems that by the time the numbers are finished, we might have as much as 15% GDP growth in 1 year, my brother, something that the UDP and the former Prime Minister could have never done in 13 years. That's not boasting, that is a fact. And because we have these extra these revenues and continuing to have the pressure of COVID-19, we have to spend more than what was budgeted for. We can't have our soldiers going out in the jungle without food, or without boots, or uniforms, or fuel. We have to do what is right. We can't be also like the former prime, not this one, your first former UDP Prime Minister that would just tighten the belt and don't think about people. We are people, and we are a people-driven government. That is why we have successfully reduced the unemployment rate from over 30% to 9% in 1 year. That is the work that we've been doing. We've not been there boasting and gallivant. We have been working every single day. And today, we come with the third supplementary appropriation bill because we have to follow the law. We have these bills that we will have to pay. There are still things that we need to be able to address to finish this financial year. We could have done like what the previous government did, spend the money and hide it, and afterwards come with one little line item. When I listened to the honorable member from Albert, you all seem to be suffering from amnesia. You forget the past. You forget what you did. When we used to come and they give these appropriation bills, they give you one piece of paper. One, 2, 3 different lines. Helped so much. Finance, so many millions. No accounting as to what the money is. No, the Honorable Member for Ahmedabad want accounting. Well, here we come. We have about 9 pages explaining line item by line item on what we're spending. I'm not sure you want more than that. When you used to give us nothing, here we are giving you all the information to see on what we're spending this money, because we have nothing to hide. This is the people's money, and we have to give accounting for every single cent. And that is what we're doing today, Madam. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank all my colleagues on this side that got up and bravely supported this budget. And I've hoped that the leader of the opposition will turn a new leaf and say, okay, let us support what is necessary. You're telling us that we don't need these medicines to fight COVID, my brother? Or get fuel and food for our soldiers? Because when you vote against it, that's what you're saying. That we're not going to give the police the fuel to move around, or the soldiers the boots that they need, or the food that they need when they go to the jungle, or that we have enough medicines for people that get sick and go to the public hospitals. Because people like yourself and many of us here, we can go private, we have insurance. But the vast majority of our people depend on our medical system. And we have to look after their health, have to look after their needs. That is what a compassionate government does. Madam Speaker, I move the debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2022 be read a first and second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending the 31st day of March 2022.
Before I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, if the House will indulge, regarding the Domestic Violence in Bill Motion 22, there was a procedural step that was overlooked. It is my duty to ensure that we correct that. What occurred, if you may recall, is after the division of the votes, the clerk then announced introduction, but there really was a step to refer the motion to the committee. As per Standing Order 91-1, that provides for the general authority of the Speaker to regulate the business, I will so use that, and with your indulgence, forgive the oversight, and I kindly recognize the Honourable Member for Belize Rural Central.
Madam Speaker, in relation, thank you very much. In relation to the motion on domestic violence, Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honourable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Health and Human Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. The question that has been put is that this motion be taken through all stages this day. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Perhaps it was that rare moment of unison that oversight. Forgive me, and I thank you for the indulgence. I now recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 2 162 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further capitalize the Central Bank of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, as way of explanation, I've spoken a little bit, well, quite a lot on the previous, in the appropriation bill that we just introduced. But it's important for me to explain yes, it's important for me to explain what are the changes that we're doing to the Act. You see, one of the most important things that we're trying to do at the moment is to sorry? We're trying to fortify the Central Bank of Belize's balance sheet and bolster the bank's commitment to monetary and financial system stability. Now the bill proposes to raise the authorized capital of the bank to $50 million, from which the paid-up capital of the bank shall be $40 million. 2, reduce the profit-sharing ratio of net profit made during a financial year from a 10 to 90 split to a 30 to 70 split, meaning before of 10% of the profits used to stay for the central bank, we are going to change that now and making it that they could remain with 30% of the profits. And one of the reasons why we're doing that is that the management of the central bank is getting a lot more sophisticated, and there's a lot more need on our doing our monetary policy and monitoring the banks, financial institutions, the issue of money laundering and etc. And also because now we have stopped using the central bank just for borrow's sake, as what was being done previously. The overdraft that we had used to pay millions of dollars to the central bank, we're no longer doing that. So the less we borrow, the less money technically they make from government. 3, we're diversifying the external assets from which the central bank can invest in, but restrict those investments to AA investment grade securities, or what we refer to as US state government bonds, while maintaining the bank's conservative risk investment profile. Again, because of the monetary policy of the Fed in the US, interest rates there are next to zero. So we're hoping that by making these changes, the central bank can invest in AA grade investments that can make a little bit more profit or a little bit more interest than what they are presently getting. And 4, we want to ease the collateral requirements on loans on domestic banks for fixed periods. Now, Madam Speaker, the Central Bank of Belize was established in 1982 with the stated statutory objectives that within the context of the economic policy of the government, the bank shall be guided in all of its actions by the objectives of fostering monetary stability, especially as regarding to stability of the exchange rate, and promoting credit and exchange conditions conducive to the growth of the economy of Belize. To achieve these objectives, the financial strength of the bank itself is crucial. A key component of that financial strength is its capitalization. Capitalization matters because it helps to bolster the bank's balance sheet against the significant risk associated with the execution of its objectives. In pursuit of key monetary and quasi-fiscal objectives, which are outlined below, trust and confidence in the bank as regulator must not be eroded by unexpected losses. As the chief regulator, the bank acts as a provider of liquidity for domestic banks that find themselves in financial difficulty or unable to obtain adequate liquidity in the interbank market. Now, the bank must be in a healthy financial position to have funds readily available for on-lending. To support the currency peg and exchange rate stability, the holding of foreign assets is important in the balance sheet. The bank therefore seeks to hold sufficient foreign reserves that are more than 40% of the total currency in circulation and domestic banks' deposits with the bank, with the central bank. Furthermore, the central bank operates within an economic environment that leads to balance sheet fragilities in the form of income weaknesses. The bank's incoming earning position in this current lower yielding interest rate environment has severely deteriorated. As I mentioned earlier, the United States federal funds rate has fallen to near zero, and thus the bank's foreign income has taken a significant hit. Domestic interest income earned was also less in 2021 and will continue to fall over the medium term due to central bank's fiscal consolidation effort. Altogether, these factors would swiftly extinguish the bank's capital and adversely impact the bank's ability to effectively perform its core and non-core functions. It is sound economic policy, therefore, that the bank should always be well capitalized. When the bank was originally established, it had an authorized and paid up capital of 10 million. This was not increased until 3 decades later, when the law was amended to provide for paid up capital to be increased to $20 million. This move was undertaken by the then UDP administration not to strengthen the bank, but rather as effectively an accounting measure to allow the government to borrow multiples more from the central bank. So by increasing the capital, then they could have gone and borrowed more, which is what they have been doing to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars that the previous government did. Today, the bank's total capital and reserves amount to 1.3% of GDP, well short of the near 2% of GDP regional average among our Caribbean counterparts. The proposed increase of 20 million in paid-up capital will bring it to its total capital reserves to $1.8 million of GDP, in the range of the regional average, but more importantly, to place the bank in a fortified position, protecting the bank against future losses and enabling the bank to meet its mandate of maintaining monetary and fiscal stability. Now, Madam Speaker, I am fully aware that a lot of what I've just said introducing the bill is very technical, and we have to explain it in more simple terms for everyone to fully understand. But basically, in simple terms, what we're doing is to make the central bank stronger to be able to meet any future crisis because of the end of the forbearance. And secondly, is to protect the Belize dollar against the US. The peg of 2 Belize dollars to 1 US dollar. And this government will never allow for us to have a devaluation, Madam Speaker. So in simple words, that's what we're doing. Therefore, I look forward to this Honorable House's favorable consideration, support to the Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill, which has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an Act to amend the Central Bank Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further capitalize the central bank and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Development Finance Corporation Act, Chapter 279 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to widen the scope of the corporation's purpose, to provide for a period of limitation, to provide for penalties and punishments for directors and officers of the corporation, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, as a way of explanation, the DFC has had a long history of, as a development finance institution. I think it's the only one in the country. Although faced with financial challenges, the decision was made to continue the operations of the DFC in 2008. It was agreed that such a move would be accompanied by appropriate governance and institutional measures. Based on the recommendations arising out of the Caribbean Development Bank, the CDB, a sponsored consultancy, a new DFC Act was passed. With the new Act in place, DFC was able to access financing from the CDB, albeit as the executing agency, for a $20 million loan to the government of Belize. The new Act placed the organization on a sound governance foundation and established the framework for effective risk management and transparency of operations. The efficient restoration of lending operations, however, was hindered due to restrictive requirements embedded in the Act. Therefore, the need to amend certain aspects of the Act was brought to CDB's attention in 2014, resulting in a legislative review of the enabling legislation and regulations. The findings of the legislative consultant were that the DFC was a well-governed organization. However, as management had indicated, with some aspects of the Act were too prescriptive in nature. The consultant said, and I quote, "The Act is now too confining and impeding on the ability of DFC to do business effectively," end of quote. The consultant also noted that the DFC Act was drafted in such a rigid way that it required active involvement by the board in much of the DFC's day-to-day business. No action was taken to amend the Act to address these problems, and as a result, the DFC, impacted by the operational inefficiencies arising from the state of law and unable to offer low-cost loans on a timely basis, saw its loan portfolio become stagnant and shrink. The DFC suffered losses in 4 of the 5 years leading up to 2020, 4 out of 5, with accumulated losses nearing $12 million. In 2019, the legislating was again reviewed, resulting in a final set of proposed amendments being approved by the DFC board in early 2020. Because of the upcoming general elections, however, a decision was made to defer the amendments until after the election, giving the new board the opportunity to review and revise the amendments. Madam Speaker, the DFC is extremely important to the productive sector. DFC provides much needed development financing to our productive sectors. It is for this reason that the PUP administration has taken a keen interest in its revitalization. In March of 2021, DFC received the largest equity injection in its almost 60-year history from our government, totaling $31 million. The equity included cash, conversion of cash to equity, and transfer of assets. This equity has resulted in the following: A, the lowest debt to equity ratio; B, space to increase debt for on-lending; C, space to onboard larger value on equity of loans and the associated risk. This was followed later in the year with support and guarantee by the government of a $30 million line of credit to the DFC from the IDB for COVID recovery and on lending of the micro, small, medium enterprise sector. Of the total amount, 25% must be loaned to women. 25%. This morning, the honorable member from Albert Osowski, what is it that we're doing for women? Well, here we have 25% of that $30 million that must be loaned out to the women of this country. 30% is also for renewable energy and energy efficiency, two primary target sectors of our government. This line of credit was signed in November 2021 at the Investment Summit in San Pedro and represents one of the lowest costs of funds as negotiated by the DFC so far. DFC's board and management have in turn been hard at work. The CARICOM Development Fund Credit Risk Abatement Facility, CCRAF, was approved by the DFC board in October 2021 and will reward partial credit guarantees of up to 85% to DFC loan applicants in the energy sector to promote innovation and uptake in the adoption of more energy efficient practices. Also in October, DFC approved a line of credit of $15 million for revitalization of the citrus industry through the replanting of groves with disease-resistant varieties. This very comprehensive project, which has the making of a public-private sector partnership, is being implemented in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, BAHA, and stakeholders in the citrus industry. A housing loan program designed in response to the government of Belize's appeal to provide housing loans on more affordable terms and conditions to medical personnel, security officers, teachers, and public officers when the salary cut was introduced last year. This resulted in DFC tripling its lending to this sector in 2021 and has provided a new opportunity for DFC in a sector that it once thought was not competitive. DFC is now looking to roll out this product to other target markets or to other consumers or customers. Another new loan product called Empower Business Project has been developed primarily for women. Again, I wish the honorable member from Albert would have been here to listen to this. We have another new product called Empower Business Project, which is being developed primarily for women, and it is in line with DFC's commitment to greater equality and inclusivity. This product also considers males between the ages of 18 and 30, so it's trying with We're also reaching out to our young people also with this project. With the IDB funding now in place, intensified marketing of this product has commenced. We're starting to advertise for people that can come in and sign up and borrow from this facility. Other initiatives to further strengthen internal governance through implementation of best practice accounting and risk-related policies and enhancement of internal operational efficiency are ongoing with a view to facilitate the streamlining of loan processes and shorten the delivery time of loans. It is in this vein that the new board of the DFC has fully and comprehensively revised the proposed amendments and with some final iterations have put together this proposed Development Finance Corporation Amendment Bill, which Cabinet approved and is now being tabled before this Honorable House today for its first reading. This has the approval and support of the Cabinet. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
A bill for an act to amend the Development Finance Corporation Act, Chapter 279 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to widen the scope of the corporation's purpose, to provide for a period of limitation, to provide for penalties and punishment for directors and officers of the corporation, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, E-Governance, Science, and Technology.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Indictable Procedure Act, Chapter 96 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the list of offenses for trial without a jury in certain criminal cases, to allow for hearings or trials before the court to be conducted virtually, and to allow for additional crimes to be included in a count of an indictment, to allow for the schedules to be amended by order, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Just by way of very brief introduction, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Attorney General's Ministry, as I said, the bill seeks to provide for an amendment to the Indictable Procedure Act, Chapter 96 of the Substantive Laws of Belize. One of the most pressing problems facing Belize's trial courts today is the delay in bringing proceedings to trial and the lengthy trial process. And since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, this reality has been magnified. The problem of court backlog touches innumerable individuals in every corner of our society. It is a serious threat to public confidence in the administration of justice, on one that must be addressed with urgency in order to afford every individual the right to a fair trial within a reasonable time. Improving the virtual court environment to allow for pleas to be entered virtually can only improve the efficiency of the justice system. There has been much discussion, Madam Speaker, and debate in legal quarters worldwide and here in Belize as to whether offenses, serious offenses, are to be tried by jury or by judge alone. One review noted that the very real expense of exceptionally long trials would be reduced if judges were to conduct the trials. First, the judges would understand, or certainly far more readily understand, the context likely to be entirely foreign to jurors. Secondly, the judges could pre-read and direct the parties to the proceedings to the central issues, thereby avoiding what would otherwise be the necessary deployment of a great body of complex evidence. Further, the allocation of a trial judge at an early stage of the proceedings would allow for improved case management, reducing the need for interlocutory hearings and the overall length of the trial. Another issue of concern to be addressed is the prevalence of high rates of acquittals in sexual offenses compared with other offenses. There has been extensive research and discussion of the role that jurors play in shaping this reality. Studies have shown that judgments delivered by jurors in rape trials are influenced by societal prejudices against sexual offenses rather than by objective facts presented. A study conducted in England and Wales in 2009 showed that over 50% of the respondents perceived that a woman is responsible or partly responsible for the rape where the victim did not clearly say no, worked as a prostitute, flirted heavily, was drunk, wore revealing clothing, or walked alone at night. In 2017, there was a study conducted at the Huddersfield University in England in which they replicated genuine trial environments to assess how attitudes and backgrounds impacted juries in rape trials. And that study found that nearly half of jurors in those cases came to a verdict before deliberation, indicating a predictive relationship between juror demographics, personal experience, and psychological makeup impacting upon verdicts. The study demonstrated that for all the best efforts of the courts, juries are not necessarily offering a fair and impartial assessment of the evidence, particularly within rape cases. This therefore suggested that successful prosecutions of sexual assault will remain low until we acknowledge that jurors interpret what they see in light of their own beliefs and social experiences. In addition, the difficulty and purported inability of jurors to comprehend legal language and evidence led to vast discussions regarding the introduction of judge-only trials in New Zealand and Australia. Recent research concluded that a high proportion of jurors said after their service that they could not confirm that they had fully understood the judge's directions in the summing up. So in light of the resounding findings of research worldwide, it is evident that sexual offenses trials need radical reform. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought with it vast challenges. Its impact on the criminal justice system is no different. Since the rise of the pandemic, the courts have been balancing its obligation to execute fair trials with its obligation to institute measures to combat the virus. Much has been done to balance the scales of justice. However, after 2 years of battling the pandemic, there is still room for improvement. The courts are experiencing significant backlog in cases, sexual offense trials being of primary concern. Further, in Belize, sexual assault has among the highest rates of acquittal and lowest rates of proven guilt compared with other offenses. The most common cause of unsuccessful prosecution in rape cases is jury acquittal. Successful prosecutions of sexual assault will remain low unless there is reform. Additionally, rape trials are harrowing and humiliating for the alleged victims. There is much that needs to be done to ensure that the justice system in prosecuting sexual offense cases does no more harm to the victims and survivors. Judge-only trials in rape cases are gaining traction among policymakers worldwide to bring about positive change. There's a great need to address the backlog of cases at the courts, and it is important that more be done to deliver justice in a timely manner. This bill, Madam Speaker, seeks to expand the list of offenses to be tried before a judge of the court sitting alone without a jury, and to allow for pleas to be entered virtually. Legislating to increase the number of offenses which can be tried by a judge alone and allowing for pleas to be taken virtually will significantly contribute to delivering timely justice. We unanimously, earlier today, Madam Speaker, supported the Domestic Violence Motion 2020. And this bill supports the objective of that motion. So let's not only talk the talk, but let's walk the walk. And I encourage all members to support this bill.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Indictable Procedure Act, Chapter 96 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the list of offenses for trial without a jury in certain criminal cases, to allow for hearings or trials before the court to be conducted virtually, to allow for additional crimes to be included in account of an indictment, and to allow for the schedule to be amended by order, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, E-Governance, Science and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Libel and Defamation Act and to make new provisions relating to the tort of defamation and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Again, by way of introduction, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Attorney General's Ministry, I'd like to provide some background to this bill. In a democratic society, Madam Speaker, as you know, freedom of speech and freedom of expression are fundamental rights. These rights, however, are subject to certain limitations, with defamation being one of them. In today's day and age, defamation has become a prevalent issue as a result of a growing movement in contemporary society to exercise freedom of speech and expression through the easily accessible publication platforms of today. Over the past few years, countries have sought to strike a balance between the fundamental rights of freedom of speech and expression and the protection of the reputation of individuals. In 2013, the United Kingdom amended their Defamation Act to codify and consolidate common law principles in relation to defamation and the existing Defamation Act, specifically in relation to the defense of justification, now called the defense of truth, journalistic qualified privilege, now called the publication on a matter of public interest, and fair comment, now called honest opinion in the UK Act. This was done to strike a balance between the right to freedom of speech and freedom of expression by altering some of the common law rules governing defamation, which favored the protection of reputation at the expense of freedom of speech and expression. The UK made substantive amendments to the law of defamation and codified and consolidated the law on defamation into a single act. On a regional level, many countries like Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago have followed the UK and amended or repealed and replaced their defamation acts to codify and consolidate parts of both existing case law and statute, specifically in relation to the defense of justification, now called the defense of truth in the respective acts, the defense of qualified privilege, and the defense of fair comment. Jamaica repealed and replaced their Defamation Act in 2013, like the United Kingdom did. In Belize, this proposed bill seeks to replace the current Libel and Defamation Act with a new Defamation Act, which seeks to strike a balance between two competing interests, namely, as I said, the protection of the reputation of an individual and the freedom of a speech and expression, and to provide for defenses. Jamaica and many other Caribbean countries have adopted the UK's reformed approach to the law of defamation, and Belize is doing the same with this bill. The present law in relation to defamation in Belize is outdated, Madam Speaker, and has not progressed with the evolving development and technology in contemporary society. Currently, under the Libel and Defamation Act, an action may be brought for libel, slander, or defamation. These causes of actions are presently brought separate and apart from each other. The interpretation section at Section 2 is very limited and provides an interpretation for the terms broadcasting station and broadcasting only. Broadcasting in relation to defamation means publication for general reception by means of telecommunication. For the purposes of the law of libel and slander, the broadcasting of words is treated as publication in permanent form at Section 7 of the current law. It is evident, therefore, Madam Speaker, that the present law in relation to defamation in Belize is out of date, does not take into consideration the technological advances present in today's society, as well as the contemporary needs of our society to be informed. The defamation bill before the House today strikes a balance between those competing interests, provides general principles relating to defamation, codifies and consolidates parts of both existing case law and statute, specifically in relation to the defense of justification at common law, defense of qualified privilege, and the defense of fair comment. It also provides for an opportunity for an apology and mitigation of damages, and provides for other remedies, cost, etc. The bill seeks to abolish the existing distinction between libel, slander, and defamation in tort, and seeks to incorporate reform of the law in this area into a single action of defamation. The bill introduces certain new defenses to an action in defamation into the Belizean legislation. These include the defense of truth, which replaces the defense of justification at common law, and which provides that the defense of truth does not fail where the statement complained of conveys two or more distinct imputations, if one or more of the imputations is not shown to be substantially true. It's a very important distinction. The imputations which are not shown to be substantially true do not seriously harm the claimant's reputation. The new statutory defense of fair comment, which requires the defendant to prove only the substantial truth of the factual basis for his comment, and the defense of qualified privilege are also included. The bill proposes the statutory remedy of a correction order in addition to or in lieu of damages. This remedy, very importantly, aims at restoring the plaintiff's reputation instead of providing only for compensation for injury to reputation. Under the bill, a defendant may also make an offer to make amends in mitigation of damages. The bill proposes that in determining the amount of damages to be awarded in any defamation proceedings, the court shall ensure that there is an appropriate and rational relationship between the harm sustained by the claimant and the amount of damages awarded. The bill proposes that evidence is admissible on behalf of the defendant in mitigation of damages for the publication of defamatory matter. If the claimant did not suffer harm, the defendant made an apology or a correction to the defamatory matter, or the claimant recovered damages or received compensation. A limitation period for defamatory matters of 2 years and a maximum extension to a period of 4 years from the date the defamatory matter arose is provided for under the bill. The schedule to the bill provides a list of statements having qualified privilege without explanation or contradiction, and those that are privileged but subject to explanation or contradiction. Very importantly as well, Madam Speaker, the bill also expands the definition of news medium to include, along with established, also unestablished news services, producing news, whether in print or electronic form, such as, for example, the Belize Breaking News, Belize News Network, or the so-called hot off the press. These are unestablished news services. So, Madam Speaker, this is a progressive, reform-oriented bill which strengthens our fundamental rights of freedom of speech and freedom of expression, while providing for adequate accountability and protection of the reputation of the individual. This bill strengthens our democratic society and signals very clearly our government's absolute commitment to strengthening the rule of law and upholding the rights of a free press. I encourage all members to fully support this bill, which has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to repeal the Libel and Defamation Act and to make new provisions relating to the tort of defamation and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, E-Governance, Science and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Attorney General's Ministry to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Inferior Courts Act, Chapter 94 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for hearings or trials before the court to be conducted virtually and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Very, very briefly, Madam Speaker, again, this is tied to the amendment I previously introduced, the Indictable Procedure Act amendment. But as I said when introducing that bill, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought with it vast challenges. Its impact on the justice system is no different. Since the rise of the pandemic, the courts have been balancing its obligation to execute fair trials with its obligation to institute measures to combat the virus. So much has been done, but obviously there's still room for improvement. The conduct of virtual trials or hearings by the Supreme Court has been one of the significant changes to the administration of justice implemented as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The laws have been amended to provide access to justice and to ensure that every individual's right to a fair hearing within a reasonable time is observed despite the pandemic. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that the judiciary feels very strongly that this is something that should remain permanent. After COVID, virtual trials should be a permanent part of our justice system and structure moving forward. It has worked very efficiently, it has worked very effectively. So while laws have been enacted to allow for virtual hearings to be conducted in the Supreme Court, at the Supreme Court level, the inferior courts have not yet seen this most essential development. And so it's imperative to continue improving legislation to ensure open and accessible justice for all citizens. And this bill provides that the Inferior Courts Act be amended to allow for the Committee of Magistrates, which is established under Section 66 of that Act, to make rules to allow for trials or hearings before the courts to be conducted virtually. So this bill, Madam Speaker, will improve the effective delivery of justice. As I said, it is a very basic and straightforward amendment to bring the inferior courts up to standard with what is taking place at the Supreme Court level in terms of virtual trials. So very basic, very straightforward, and I again encourage all members to support this bill.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Inferior Courts Act, Chapter 94 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for hearings or trial before the court to be conducted virtually and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill entitled the Protection of Witnesses Bill 2022. It is a bill for an act to provide for the protection of witnesses in criminal proceedings by enhancing the ability of a witness to give testimony in judicial proceedings and to cooperate with law enforcement authorities, and to provide for matters connected therewith and or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, just as a little historical context and backdrop, this particular Protection of Witnesses Bill was first introduced by the previous administration in 2018, and it had passed in the National Assembly. However, for whatever reason, it was not signed into law by the Governor General at that time. I believe there was some expert that wanted to provide their input in relation to this particular bill. What I can tell you, Madam Speaker, is that this bill has the input of the Director of Public Prosecutions. It also was assessed by a panel which included our Supreme Court justices. Justice Moore sat on the panel, in addition to other experts from the U.S. Embassy and elsewhere, and they provided their input as well. So there are a few amendments to this bill, so it's not the exact same bill as 2018, and so that is why we're introducing it again, hopefully to gain the support of the opposition, since they were the ones who presented this bill. And in essence, Madam Speaker, what it seeks to do is to aid in the successful prosecution of criminal offenses by providing the necessary comfort, support, protection, and anonymity of witnesses, because we know that is a very common dilemma that we face in our justice system, where witnesses are afraid to either give a statement to police, or whenever the criminal trial does come up for hearing, they do not appear. And so this particular bill, Madam Speaker, seeks to fill that void and that gap to ensure that their identity is in fact protected so that they do participate in the criminal proceedings. This bill, Madam Speaker, has the recommendation and support of Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to provide for the protection of witnesses in criminal proceedings by enhancing the ability of the witness to give testimony in judicial proceedings and to cooperate with law enforcement authority, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Honorable Minister of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Disaster Risk Management.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill entitled Trade in Endangered Species CITES Bill 2022. Bill for an act to give effect to the provisions of the CITES on international trade in endangered species of wild fauna and flora, to promote the management, conservation, and protection of threatened and endangered species, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, please allow me to present the explanatory notes behind this most important bill. The Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES, is an international agreement between and among governments that aims to ensure that the international trade in specimens of wild animals and plants does not threaten their survival. States that have signed onto the convention are known as parties. Belize became a party to the convention in 1976 when as a British colony, and joined as an independent nation in 1986. The purpose of the bill is to have Belize fulfill its commitments to the Convention on the Illegal Trade of Endangered Species of Fauna and Flora, and to establish the necessary legal structures to enable the effective regulation of trade of CITES-listed species in compliance with international obligations. The International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora Bill 2022 was first introduced to the Belize House of Representatives at its 12th sitting for 2020 on September 25, 2020 for its first reading. The enactment of the bill is an outstanding commitment by Belize as a party to the Convention on the International Trade on Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. The introduction of the Endangered Species Bill 2022 to the House of Representatives is a significant milestone for Belize and is the result of multiple consultations with state and non-state partners in Belize. Belize faces the risk of trade suspension in CITES-listed species, including mahogany, cedar, rosewood, conch, sharks, and other species, if legislation is not passed. The Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora is an international agreement between these governments that aim to ensure that the international trade in specimens of wild animals and plants does not threaten their survival, and it entered into force on July 1st, 1975, and is legally binding, and parties are obligated to implement the convention. The convention, though, does not take the place of the country's national laws. Therefore, it is the responsibility of each party to adopt its own national legislation and domestic measures to ensure the implementation of the convention at the national level. National laws to implement CITES are critical to ensure that international trade in endangered species is legal, sustainable, and traceable. Such legislation empowers government to act in accordance with the Convention requirements, to comply with those requirements, and in turn, to be able to participate in the international trade of species that are listed under the Convention. The regulation of the international trade in species is dependent on the level of protection granted to specific species. Species covered under the Convention are categorized into 3 appendices, those being Appendix 1, 2, and 3. Over 37,000 species of animals and plants are regulated through CITES and its appendices. The trade of species is regulated through the 3 appendices according to the degree of protection they need. Belize has been able to continue to trade in these species because of the development and implementation of robust management prescriptions which help to safeguard the species populations in the wild. However, if Belize does not pass domestic legislation to put into effect the Convention, Belize is at risk of losing status as a trading country. Appendix 1 includes species threatened with extinction, whose trade is only permitted in exceptional circumstances, such as in scientific research. Presently, Belize has 24 animal and 1 plant species listed in Appendix 1, which include the Ara macaw, which is the scarlet macaw, the jaguar, the loggerhead turtle, the leatherback turtle, and the cycad. In Appendix 2, which includes species not necessarily threatened with extinction, but which trade must be controlled in order to avoid its overutilization. Presently, Belize has 457 species listed under Appendix 2, of which 200 are animal species, and the remaining 257 are plant species. Appendix 2 marine species include the silky shark, the short-fin mako shark, Morellet's crocodile, and some corals in the Anthozoa class. Plant species include the big leaf mahogany, cedar, Honduran rosewood, and species in the orchids and cacti families. Appendix 3, which are those listed species that are protected in at least 1 country and which has asked other parties for assistance in controlling its trade. As of 2021, there are 19 animal species under Appendix 3 which fall within our range. Species listed include the great curassow, the northern tamandua, and the crested guan. In addition, Madam Speaker, compliance is monitored and enforced internationally by Interpol. Annually, international wildlife trade is estimated to be worth billions of dollars. Wildlife trade is diverse and includes live animals and plants and its parts and derivatives, including jewelry, leather, timber, and wooden musical instruments. In Belize, the trade for 2010 to 2019 in some of these CITES listed lumber amounted to an equivalent of 80 million Belize dollars over that same period. Annually, the trade of timber and fishery products represents over $8 million for timber and over $14 million for conch in exports. Belize has been developing its national legislation for over a decade. In 2017, a working group was reconstituted and comprised of the Forest and Fisheries Department, local and international NGO stakeholders, fishery and logging industry representatives, and academic institutions. With support from the Attorney General's Ministry, further consultations on the draft bill were held up to 2019 with stakeholder groups including fishing and logging industry and NGOs. In 2020, a final session with the CITES bill working group was held and final drafting instructions were provided to the drafters from the Attorney General's Ministry. The bill now incorporates all applicable comments and concerns from the working group and those received during consultations over the years. CITES is legally binding and parties are obligated to implement the convention. The convention is not self-executing. Therefore, each party must implement its own national legislation on domestic measures. National laws for implementing CITES are critical to ensure that trade in protected species is legal, sustainable, and traceable. Such legislation empowers government to act. It regulates human behavior and articulates policy in relation to conservation and trade. The CITES Secretariat assessment of parties' legislative progress shows that Belize's legislation falls in category 3, since its legislation or lack of legislation thereof generally does not meet any of the 4 requirements for effective implementation of the convention. These are to designate at least 1 management authority and 1 scientific authority, prohibit trade in specimens in violation of the convention, penalize such trade, and confiscate specimens illegally traded or possessed. Belize's recent efforts to generate its national legislation has spared it from trade suspension. The October 2020 CITES legislative status update mentions that the draft bill was expected for approval by the end of 2020. The fact that all parties to convene at the Conference of the Parties in November 2022 amplifies the need for Belize to enact its national legislation. Enactment of Belize's national CITES legislation ensures compliance of the convention as well as protection of its trade in wild fauna and flora. This bill will give effect to the provisions of the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora that meets the requirements under the convention. It has undergone extensive consultations with the affected and beneficiary stakeholders, including users, NGOs, academia, scientific community, and government stakeholders. The passage of this bill is a time-bound commitment by Belize as a party to the convention and will ensure the continued benefit by Belize from the international trade in CITES-listed species. We therefore submit for consideration its first reading to the House of Representatives. Thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Natural Resources and Environment Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to give effect to the provisions of the CITES on international trade in endangered species of wild fauna and flora, to promote the management, conservation, and protection of threatened and endangered species, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of the Blue Economy and Civil Aviation.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Resource Act, Chapter 210 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide specific penalties for certain offenses and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, basically this amendment bill strengthens the current Fisheries Resources Act in the terms of the fines and penalties which were unintentionally omitted during the drafting and the passage of the Act in 2020. So the current amendment, Madam Speaker, it makes provision for establishing fines for licensing penalties for possession of protected species and possession of any fish contrary to the Act and fisheries regulations. The current penalties, Madam Speaker, and fines has proven that it's not serving its purpose and it's not sufficient enough to serve as a deterrence. So therefore, we want to say that the fines for not having a commercial fishing license is now proposed to increase from $500 to a minimum of $1,000. And the penalty for having in possession any protected species is proposed to be between $1,000 up to $5,000. The penalty for the possession of any fish taken without authorization is being increased from the current $20 to $30 to $50 to $100 for each such fish. These draft provisions, Madam Speaker, will improve compliance with the fisheries laws and reduce illegal fishing in the fisheries waters of Belize. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Thank you.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Agriculture and Fisheries Committee for examination, consideration and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Resource Act, Chapter 210 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide specific penalties for certain offences and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motion relating to the business or sitting of the House.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Education, Culture, E-Governance, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I move that its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honourable members, it has been agreed that the Domestic Violence in Belize Motion 2022 pass this day. As you are well aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The only logical way for this to be done, other than by suspension of the standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Health and Human Development Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the motion. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Health and Human Development Committee has concluded its business.
Presentation of report from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Health and Human Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I raise to lie on the table report number HR 94/1/13, report from the Health and Human Development Committee on the Domestic Violence and Belize Motion 2022. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, motion.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Much obliged, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your permission, not to repeat the recitals, I move, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, 1, denounces and condemns domestic violence in all its forms as a crime and a violation of fundamental human rights. 2, supports the call for additional resources to further strengthen the interventions, safeguards, and public awareness required to effectively address domestic violence in Belize. 3, will undertake legislative review aimed at filling gaps and putting in the necessary reforms for the response to domestic violence. 4, as national leaders, takes a zero tolerance position with regard to domestic violence. And 5, prioritizes domestic violence as a national issue of significance and pledges to take individual and collective actions to end this plague in our constituencies.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore be it resolved, that this Honorable House, 1, denounces and condemns domestic violence in all its forms as a crime and a violation of fundamental human rights. 2, supports the call for additional resources to further strengthen the intervention, safeguards, and public awareness required to effectively address domestic violence in Belize. 3, will undertake legislative review aimed at filling gaps and putting in the necessary reforms for the response to domestic violence. 4, as national leaders, takes a zero tolerance position with regard to domestic violence. 5, prioritizes domestic violence as a national issue of significance and pledges to take individual and collective actions to end this plague in our constituencies. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move the third reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2022.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2022 be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2022.
Prime Minister, before I recognize you for the adjournment, I beg the indulgence of the House for a few announcements. Last year, December 31st, concluded the first full calendar year of this House. It has been a pleasure in that first year, despite some of the differences. I'm here to report to you just a quick summary of which a full report will be given to both the Prime Minister as well as the Leader of Opposition on that business that we conducted in that first year of the 13th session. But in summary, this House introduced 62 bills and passed 55 of those into law. This House also introduced and ratified 28 motions. In that first full calendar year, there were a total of 10 meetings. 6 of those were special, which means it occurred on a day other than Friday as prescribed in the standing orders, and 4 were ordinary or regular. We are compiling a full report for the benefit of members, being given to the Prime Minister and the Leader of Opposition to share accordingly. It would also be remiss of me as we start or embark on the second year of the 13th session that the Parliament is in, to remind members that we still have some pending work. A few of this was mentioned earlier. I take the opportunity to remind you. The working group on the Code of Conduct, we do have that additional meeting to undertake. We intend to do so, and I'm sure that will be with some additional input given events that we have all been witnessing. There's also the Standing Orders Review Working Group, and I think we can all agree, especially those who have sat in those working group meetings so far, that there's much work to do with the standing orders to make it more efficient. And then there's also the administrative review, which is the administration of what goes on behind this chamber. That will be forthcoming. It may require a separate working group, but we're doing that in tandem with the clerk, the deputy clerk, the senior staff of the Parliament, as well as with the input from the presiding officer, Madam President for the Senate. As we all know, both chambers share the same staff. It would also be remiss of me not to make a statement of concern as the presiding officer. The matter of domestic violence has been one that has plagued Belize for decades upon decades. I have made strong comments on this publicly. We are now entering the 41st year of our anniversary, and I must say, members, I am particularly honored that today, into our 41st year of our anniversary, there was a unanimous motion to denounce domestic violence, but to hold each of ourselves accountable as national leaders. And I sincerely thank each of you for that. I thought it necessary because it was only Tuesday of this week I received a call from a dear friend who needed that 0800 way out. So this has hit very personal, very close. And this is a moment of pride that I can now say to that friend of mine that the leaders of this country are taking note. So I thank you. On a final matter, we are about to embark on a series of orientations and trainings with the help of both the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association and with the Commonwealth Women's Parliamentary Group, of which Belize now chairs. I look forward to your ongoing support and participation. These associations, as you know, we pay subscriptions to them, and the work and worth that we get from them is both the work and worth and effort that we put in them. So I look forward to that ongoing support in this second year of Parliament. Thank you. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek leave to speak on a matter of national importance, and that matter would be the skyrocketing cost of fuel.
Fuel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, I listen in awe to my colleagues on the government side talk about how the economy has recovered, and the Prime Minister is saying no bragging, and I will agree with him that when you're to tell the truth, that is not bragging. So he says he's stating facts, and the facts are that he has turned this economy around in 1 year, something that the former administration could have never done. So then, Prime Minister, if the reality is what you say, I can tell you that Downing Street right now is reeling from what is emerging to be a global energy crisis. So rather than you come into the House and tell the truth as to what is happening and why these fuel costs, we did at $13 for fuel, more than any Barrow or Esquivel administration ever, Honorable Prime Minister. And when you were the leader of the opposition, when you sat over here, you were an economist like no other. You were a doctor, you had a PhD, and you told us how we could lower the cost of fuel. Because the cost of fuel is not just for people like me who drive SUVs and you who drive the big Land Cruiser. The agriculture sector, the taximan, they got on their car, at least I believe it, the gas pain. Everybody they suffer from gas pain right now, Prime Minister. So when we talk about fuel, I am not here to just lament as to these skyrocketing costs. I am here to tell you what the solution is. As you are an expert, I have tried to research the matter and come up with solutions rather than just to criticize you, kind sir. One of few things that you can do is you can cut all the taxes as you had prescribed when you were leader of the opposition. So even if it goes up to however many dollars, you can apply taxes that will be proportional as to not have the burden go on the regular working class people, the business community, the agriculture sector, everybody to take a lick. This is not even a class issue. The entire country is taking a lick. You can also cut the margins of the importers. You could cut whoever, Puma or whoever is the person that brings it in. You could cut their margin. You don't have to be a drastic cut, but it would be in keeping with Plan Belize and with all of the protests and all of the complaints that you made when you were leader of the opposition as to how we could fix the scourge of high gas prices, which leads to a high cost of living and which leads to high crime. Prime Minister, in Britain, whose queen we still have on our dollar, some of the other things that they did is a subsidy. It would have been nice if this supplementary budget that you know have, the way I understand it, the economy has recovered. Now the teachers want to get their 10%, want to get their $5, and as well, let us do something to offset the high, unbearable cost of fuel, which will affect pigtail, beans, rice, everything. Everything is going up, and so as you say, the economy is recovering. The people that you say gone from 30% to 9% unemployment, if people do have jobs right now, with the little money that they make, because the minimum wage is still laughable and not livable, what can they afford? So again, Some of the things that the UK have done, Downing Street, is to offer a subsidy. But you can go further. Tax the windfall. I know that you're in the business of fuel, but lad man, be a good corporate citizen. And yourself, Shell, and all the other gas stations, take the lick. Don't pass that on to the consumers, because I know you love this country. You and I always agree on that we both want good for our country. And it is my job as the leader of the opposition to hold you to that, not to quarrel with you, Prime Minister. I am asking you to take these measures to cut the fuel costs. You are one of the greatest champions for no high costs of fuel. And you had the science. Apply the science now, man. Come back with another supplementary and make we give a subsidy to the people to offset their high cost of living right now. They can't afford nothing, not a village, not a city. Tax the big man. Don't put it on the small people. Don't put it on the working class. Don't put it, I know Minister Mai, the champion of the agriculture sector. Don't put it on them. Please, Prime Minister, you had such wisdom and such vision as to how you would solve this crisis, because it is a crisis. I am not running away from that. You not just to raise the price, for raise the price. There is problems in the country. And the UK, unlike your government, they are taking steps to address it. They are not just raising the prices. They are lamenting and they are going through a process to do it, but they are not going far enough. There are those in the UK who claim that the Shell, the Puma, all the gas station, man, only the rake up right now. Rake up. So what I'm saying is, raise the taxes on yourself. Raise the tax on the gas man, not on the people that are buying the fuel. Again, I am pro-business, so I don't want to badger the business community, but all I'm saying is don't badger the populace, don't badger the working class, the agriculture sector. Let's find a way to balance the burden of this emerging global energy crisis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened keenly to the leader of the opposition, but if you could have had his facts right, we can, as opposed to just making an emotional appeal. Because what you did was an emotional appeal, and it's rightly so. Simple corrections, Madam Speaker. I never said to remove all the tax on fuel. What I said is that we need to cap diesel at no more than $9 per gallon. That's what I said, and you could look at the records and you'll see what I have said. When I was talking about that, it was under a condition, on normal circumstances. But the truth of the matter is that your predecessor, your previous government, left us in such a bad financial state. Our government has not raised taxes on fuel. Let me repeat again. Our government has not raised taxes on fuel. We're using the same tax rate that your previous government, UDP government, put in place. But what you don't want to accept is that the acquisition cost of fuel, what it costs to get to Belize, since 2020, since when we get in 2020, yes, has gone up by $3.40. The acquisition cost, $3.40 on average on regular, super, diesel, or premium diesel and kerosene. That's what the acquisition cost has gone up. It's not that we're taxing it anymore. It's important also to point out that the fuel tax represents about 15% of all the revenues that we collect. so that every 10 cents that we remove on the tax, it will mean that we are going to lose $3 million in taxes. And if we are to lose that $3 million, first of all, if we tell the Belizean people and reduce by 10 cents, and tell you what, the take for puppy show. But that represents $3 million. So a dollar would represent how much? $30 million. And if we had to cut $30 million, now where are we going to find that other $30 million to be able to pay our teachers or workers, to be able to help with the food pantry, to be able to fix the highway where we never built properly that we have to fix right now, and so many other things. If you can recall, the IMF have been putting pressure on us to raise taxes on the Belizean people. But we have not raised taxes on the Belizean people. We have not raised the taxes on GST. We have not raised taxes on fuel. It's the same tax rate that your government imposed on the Belizean people. The tax rate actually has gone down, that in 2018 it was at 57%, and presently we have it at 48%. Is it high? Yes, it is high. Is the cost of the pump high? Yes, it is high. Am I concerned? I'm very concerned about the prices of fuel. And I believe that we need to find a way on what exactly we can do, where we can be able to make these cuts, but have to find where we're going to get that shortfall. Because despite the fact we have turned around the economy, but the economy is not where it should be to be able to maintain a government that is using over $1 billion a year. It was already contracting in 2019 under your predecessor, under the UDP. And then in 2020, then the bottom fell out and everything gone really, really bad. So these measures that we have taken have pulled us out, and we're moving in the right direction. Now, what I have done, I have asked the Ministry of Finance to prepare a cabinet paper, so that I am going to take that cabinet paper and present it to my colleagues, and for us to discuss it. And for us to discuss that paper and see what are the options that we have. But just remember, if you take out from the left pocket, it affects the right pocket. So we have to find where we can make up for whatever losses that we have. As it is right now, we've had our first meeting with our with the social partners, with the unions, the teachers union and the public service union. And we've been very transparent to them. We've been showing them the numbers, and the numbers are better than expected. So rightly so, they're expecting that they should get some portion of the 10% salary cut. But then if we do that, then cost goes up. And then if we cut down the tax in fuel, where are we going to find that shortage from the fuel and the extra monies to be able to pay the teachers and our nurses and our doctors? So it is a delicate balancing act that we can do. Now, I could be reckless. I could be unpopular and say, yes, we are cutting it with half, and we are giving a subsidy. But if we give a subsidy, then we have to cut from somewhere else. Maybe from some of the social programs, on the food. The point is, leader of the opposition, if you listen, you will realize that money does not drop from heaven. It's not like manna from heaven. We have to find where we're going to get those. Whatever we give, where we're going to get it back. So I can assure you, despite your theatrics, that we are seriously looking at it. We are concerned. We know it has a negative effect on everyone, in particularly the productive sector. So we will present a paper to Cabinet and see if we can come up with what ideas we can come up to be able to address this matter or this issue that is affecting everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Corozal North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you would allow me to bring a matter of national importance, and it has to do with the opening of the borders on the 7th of February. Madam Speaker, I think that the opening of the borders has a lot of implications. And one of the concerns that I have is how it is that as a country, we will address the issue of the Belizean dollars going across. Madam Speaker, I live about 10 minutes away from Chetumal. And while I heard the comments of the member for Orangeoak East indicating that as of Monday, he does not see the Belizean public flooding the border en route to Chetumal, the message and what I'm gathering from the public is just the opposite. Consider the fact, Madam Speaker, that and I will relate only to close to my proximity, Chetumal, where the prices, the exchange rate is looking very good. The exchange rate on the Belize dollar versus the peso. You consider the fact that fuel prices are sky high in this country. Consider the fact that the cost of living is just too burdensome. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, my mom owns a small shop, and I tend to move around, and I could tell you that I have seen instances where people go to these shops, to these small shops, and that they would sell the hot dog sausages in packages. It has reached to the point, Madam Speaker, that people are buying the sausages individually. I can just imagine that if you could crack an egg into half or into 4 pieces, people literally would buy the egg in pieces instead of having to buy the egg on a whole. It has reached to the point that the cost of living in this country, fuel prices added on to this recipe, has had a huge burden on the people. Now, I would not blame the Belizean public for flocking and flooding the businesses in Chetumal or across in Melchor. As a consumer and as a person having hands-on information and hands-on contact with the people on the ground, believe you me, if these people could line up as of tomorrow in that border, they will. I can see that people are trying to stretch their dollars as best as possible, and they will try as best as possible to go into Mexico, no matter how difficult we make it for them in terms of having to deal with the document issues and having to deal with the COVID protocols. It will not be a deterrence for people to go across into Mexico and shop. Things in this country are too expensive. Consumption is really at a point where people can't afford. And I can just see the people just going into Mexico. And those members who live in proximity up north, and I'm talking about the members in Corozal and Orangeoak, you would know that the talk right now is, let us go to Chetumal. Fuel prices there, we can get probably for a gallon that we get here, there we can get 2 gallons. For Pampers, if we have to buy a Pampers for $2 here, we can buy a pack there for $1.50. This is the talking that we have out there. What is this going to have on the impact on the businesses? Have we, as an administration, as a government, have we given it a thought of how this will impact the businesses? Since the closure of the borders, the local businesses have been thriving. To an extent, all of what was done as a consequence of COVID helped the local economy. Government were collecting excellent in taxes. Businesses were doing very good in terms of the turnaround in the economy. Consumers were buying, but it reached to the point where it is too expensive to consume in this country. From my endpoint, I don't blame any consumer for going across Mexico. I have had calls from friends that I have way in Punta Gorda, and they're telling me that it doesn't matter how far Chetumal far is, they will make sure that they reach to Chetumal. They will make sure that they save those dollars to invest in Chetumal. Have we, as a government, given it a serious thought of what will happen to us here? As of now, the businesses are doing very good. Look at the statistics going forward, starting Monday. And as I said, Minister, in my opinion, I'm the member for Orange East, let us make sure that we have our frontline workers very well protected, because if we are taking the opening of our borders lightly, I don't think that we are ready for the kind of influx, for the kind of traffic that we're going to see going forward. And so it is a concern for us. And as I said, I will not blame the business community for feeling the pinch, but at the same time, I cannot see how we could tell our Belizean public, look, we will not go buy the Chetumal because it will affect the economy. At this point in time, every person has to survive. Those of us who have families and at the time of trying to come up with a budget that suits the very needs of our families, it is a very, very, very dire exercise. You literally have to pinch your dollar as to where it is that you will spend. Will you spend $12 in a gallon of fuel versus having to buy a dozen eggs? That's the life that people are living out there. So my message to this administration is, look, take seriously what will happen Monday going forward. As I said, I tend to disagree with what the member of Orange Walk East indicated. I can just see the flooding of the streets of Chetumal by Belizeans. And if you look at how it is that the aggressive marketing strategy of the Mexicans are, just have a look at what is going on. And if you would allow me to just say something in Spanish, todos los negocios en el lado mexicano están diciendo a los beliceños, nuestras puertas están abiertas, Chetumal los está esperando, Chetumal los quiere, y Chetumal quiere sus dólares beliceños. So let's think about what's going on.
I will need you to translate that, member.
Pardon?
I will need you to translate that.
The business people are saying, look, we have our doors wide open. This is your house. We are waiting for you. All we're waiting for is for you to come and consume your Belizean dollars. This is the message that's going there. I am certain that at the level of the Mexican authorities, the business community will make sure that there is no kind of deterrence, at least from the part of the Mexican authorities, to put any kind of restriction on Belizeans. As a matter of fact, I think all possible avenues will be allowed for Belizeans to have an easy flow going into Chetumal. They see a potential in the consumption of Belizeans, and it is something that inevitably will have to happen. So my message is for you guys in Cabinet, just consider the options. The situation doesn't look any better, and I'm particularly concerned, as I said, for the business community. As it pertains to the general public, man, we can't blame them people. They try to stretch their dollars, and look, in that situation, if I have to go buy the Chetumal, in the absence of anything better, I will have to. So that's my contribution, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It really gives me no pleasure to raise this matter of national importance. The last time we were here, I was almost bullied into silence, Madam Speaker, when I raised the issue of the crippling cost of commodities. Since then, regrettably, the situation has gotten worse. In the recent SIB report, imports...
One second, what's the point about
Yeah, Madam Speaker, a member cannot bring a matter that they have raised within 6 months. They need to wait at least 6 months before they come back and bring up that matter. The previous Prime Minister was very famous in doing that all the time.
Let me abide by the Standing Order for 13, and we did establish a precedent where, first of all, we need to know what that national matter of importance is. Forgive me, I was not physically present, I know, at the last meeting, but do let me know what is your matter of national importance that you're rising on.
Certainly, Madam Speaker, the need for the Supplies Control Board, Madam Speaker, to take a closer look at the price gouging at the local supermarkets and grocery stores, because the cost of commodities are certainly on a rise, and not only imports, Madam Speaker, which according to the SIB is increased by yet another 20%, but in terms of local produce, which has seen an increase of almost 70%. You see, we have a COVID surveillance team, and we have been allocated some monies in our supplementary appropriation bill, Madam Speaker, for that team to do its work. I would like to suggest to the Honorable Prime Minister that perhaps it's time to put together a surveillance team to look seriously, and we had raised it as an issue much earlier on, to look at the situation at the local grocery stores where there is significant indications of price gouging. I did not raise that matter in the last meeting we held, Madam Speaker, but while the Belizean people are quiet, I can assure you the fuse is short. We have monies to invest in all sorts of things, vehicles and buildings and infrastructure, all the things that was outlined in today's debate on the appropriation bill. All I'm asking you, Mr. Prime Minister, is to kindly put together a team, a task force, that can look at the impact that the cost of commodities, the cost of the increasing cost of local produce, and the price gouging is having on families who continue to live on the margins. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I do not doubt or question the sincerity of the member of Albert on the issue of the cost of living that continues to go up. At least you never to blame the government because it's something that's really not under our control. I mean, inflation is worldwide. The United States has the highest inflation rate since, I think, 1978. And this is affecting from the richest nation to the poorest nation. She made a point about the issue of price gouging, and that is something that we had discussed in cabinet, that we need to find a way to put a system in place to minimize the price gouging whenever it happens. And one of the ideas that we have, and probably we need to take responsibility that we did not see through member for Albert, that we were thinking that we can then make consumers revert police officers for against price gouging, that whenever they go to a store and they see a price that has gone up considerably, that they could take a WhatsApp picture and send it to the price and supplies control, so that then they can go and take a look to see if there's any kind of sort of price gouging, and then can take legal action where it is possible. Remember, many of the items we don't have price control. Many years ago, there was some price control in many items, but today there's price control only on some items, not on all items. But we could do one of two things. On the prices that are controlled, then we need to monitor it closer, because those are the basic food items that are still under control, and ensure that that we keep them within the law, and then if they break the law, then we can take legal action. But we can also shame them, where we see a case where a particular business, the prices that they have, we can see that there's actual price gouging, we could make the public know, so that then people don't go to buy at that store and they'll go somewhere else. So these are some of the common sense approach that we can take, because as you rightly know, member of Albert, that many of the food items, the tax on that is extremely low. And in some of them, there's no tax because we've tried for many years trying to keep the price down. So I appreciate you bringing that up again. I will speak with the minister in charge of that, which is Minister Mai, for us, the member from Orange Rock South, for us to take a look again, once again, and maybe within the next 2 weeks, Minister, maybe within the next 2 weeks, Minister, if we could bring our paper to cabinet to see how we could implement some kind of policing mechanism against price gouging. So thank you very much, Member for Albert.
Honorable members, it was indeed remiss of me not to thank Deputy Speaker for holding over. I believe that was the first Deputy Speaker, so I do take the time to thank you for holding over while I was away on official visit. Now, honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. House is adjourned.